sisters, and all of you caught in the grip of this dying empire. They told you there was a God above who loved you, watched you, counted your tears like coins in heaven's bank. But I ask you this, where was he when your ancestors were chained? Where was he when your children starved? Where was he when the innocent burned, while the guilty built churches atop their graves? They told you he was all powerful, all
Going, Lane.
knowing, all loving. But look at this world.
Hey,
If
how's it
he's
going?
real,
Can I get your age and state, please?
stop the suffering.
29, Michigan.
Chooses
Michigan.
not to.
Do you think we're in the worst timeline?
And either way, that ain't a God worth
In the worst
praising.
timeline, what does that mean
You a book sewn
Well,
together by emperors
by
and
timeline?
warlords.
The like
uh,
Tells you to love
period?
if there was a multiverse out there that all branched away from different points in time, do you think we'd be in the worst version?
while they built palaces
Uh,
off your backs, and they called it love. They threaten you with hell
yeah, I don't know. That might
to
be too much for
control
my
you.
brain to wrap my head around.
They
But
promise you heaven to use you.
I mean, I
Well,
could say, yeah, but I feel like for different people, I mean, people have very different experiences here on this planet Earth. You
correct.
know, one's heaven is another's hell.
Yeah. What would you think the majority experience is on the Earth right now?
You don't need fear to build a better
Negative.
world.
Yeah.
You know, just the sheer amount of
It's not in the clouds,
laboring.
it's in your
Uh,
hands. Open up, see
exploitation
the
and whatever
truth.
else, those who truly
Handle the
get to
facts
live in the lap of
and
reassurance
build something
Yeah.
are typically,
worthy.
um, you know, It's a smaller percentage. Smaller percentage, and then there's also, they're not really deserved. So it's like, okay, well, are you taking it just, are you recognizing who's working under you or whatever the situation might be?
Yeah. Where do you sit in that spectrum? Are you closer to poverty or wealth?
Oh, that's a good question. Actually, I guess you could say I'm closer to wealth because I got really lucky. I bought my house from an auction and only spent like a couple grand on it. So I did that when I was like 19. So I've been very, very lucky. And I'll probably be here for a long time. So I'm not really in total debt like a lot of people I know. But I'm not very frivolous, and I'm a teacher, so I get a decent way.
You're a teacher? Do you teach in public school or private?
Charter.
Charter school?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want you to give any specifics, but is your average salary or your average income per year under $150,000?
Oh yeah, divide that by 30.
Okay, yes, then you're closer to poverty than wealth. It is good that you have property though. That's a good leg up.
Yeah, I recognize that.
Yeah, it's hard to achieve these days, especially with all the real estate firms buying all the property.
Yeah, I'm in Detroit, so we've had a lot of abandoned houses here. I mean, it happens a lot in Ohio and in a couple different areas. We've got a bunch of empty homes. It was put up new dog food, So.
Yeah.
Sad, somebody lost the house. But
So, if I may ask, what grades do you teach?
middle school.
Middle school? Oh.
6, 7, 8 math.
Oh God, you have the patience of a saint. Okay.
All right.
I mean, people say that high schoolers are the worst, but I don't know, that transition period between not being a hormonal monster and then into being a hormonal monster. Oh my God.
Last year I only taught 8th, and that was very chill. So I'm
Yeah.
a little nervous like into 6, 7, and 8. I've done that for 2 years. So.
Yeah, I definitely don't envy you.
Yeah. Well, hey, I'm off for the summer, so.
School's about to start again.
Mm-hmm.
I see all the back to school ads everywhere.
I like it because most of my students speak Spanish, so I've been learning. So it's nice. I get to. I've been practicing this summer, but it helps to have that.
Okay.
So it's changed.
Do you know who Peter Thiel is?
No.
You don't know who Peter Thiel? Have you ever heard of the Heritage Foundation?
Yes. It sounds very familiar.
Have you heard of Project 2025?
Yeah.
Okay. Peter Thiel is the main architect for Project 2025 and one of the heads of the Heritage Foundation.
Oh yeah, they were the ones who pushed the lobby group or something that pushed it there.
Yeah, they are they're the group that birthed the plan to get where we are now.
Aryan race YTs.
Yeah, that fucking gross shit. Yeah. Well, this is Interviewing Humanity. I don't know if you've been through here before or not, but
yeah.
Oh, good. Well, I have an episode today about the connection between Peter Thiel, the Heritage Foundation, BlackRock, Vanguard, Investment Homes, and GEO Group and Palantir, and the guy who's currently shitting his pants at the White House.
Awesome. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm here for however long you'll have me.
Oh yeah, you're welcome to be here.
There's a
You're
lot
welcome to be here the whole episode.
too. They were
What?
like taking over a bunch of like trailer park homes and
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, they've
A little bit
there's
about
there
Black Rock. So.
there's a huge web here that is like very clearly connected to each other. If like you take a moment to like step back from the overwhelming size of the thing. But yeah. Did you hear about the former CIA whistleblower that came out? I don't remember what his name is, but he came out and said that they did a full audit of the election results, and it turns out that Kamala did win the election.
No.
You haven't heard that yet? Oh my goodness! Let me
I've
pull up
been,
the
I've
article.
been under a rock for the last like 3 days.
I mean, I don't blame you. The news cycle is hell.
Go ahead and did you introduce her? No.
This is Zoe. Zoe's my friend from the UK.
Oh,
Zoe, you
okay.
want to say hi?
Hey, how are you?
I didn't want you to be left out. Okay.
It's okay.
How are you, honey?
Shows me.
Yeah.
I've had 2 hours sleep.
Oh, honey, you should be getting way more rest than that.
I had 2 hours before as well, so I've had 4 hours.
Ugh.
I had I've fallen asleep before 8 o'clock tonight. So I saw you were on, so I thought I'd pop in.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being
It's
here.
not a problem.
Which is good.
Yeah.
Have you talked to Tony today?
Friend?
Oh.
Yeah, he went to Monkey World. He's buzzing. He's having a lovely time.
What is Monkey World?
Is Monkey World's in Dorset. So
Is it like a zoo?
It's basically like a little zoo, yeah, with just all monkeys.
Okay.
Yeah, he's having fun. I think he said he's coming back Tuesday. He's leaving there Monday and going to see his friend in Ipswich.
Okay.
You know, the one. And then he'll be
Just
back
enjoying the voices right now at this point.
Tuesday night.
Right?
Okay. Give me just a second,
Yeah.
Zoe. Welcome in.
Not a
How you doing,
problem.
Dwayne? How you doing, Wednesday?
Right. So I had my CT scan today. So we're 24 to 48 hours from knowing answers. So here goes nothing, right?
Yeah. Fingers crossed.
I mean, fingers are crossed, but you know, I kind of felt it like when the board shifted, like they were doing like just like from esophagus down to like basically hips, like all of my lungs, and like I felt the board like smoothly guiding, and then it like jerked and stopped at the point where like I've been feeling it, and I'm like, oh, they found it. If nothing else, they found it. So whether it's good or bad, you know what? We're gonna take it step by step and day by day, and hope for the best, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna hold out all hope that it's good news.
I mean, even if it's bad news, we're gonna hope that, like, you know, it's not like a "hey, you're gonna die tomorrow" thing. Like, let's, you know, at least make it a year or two. See what we
Yeah.
can do. You know.
Right.
I mean, hey.
At least it would give you a
As I
timeline in which
said-
to accomplish goals.
Right. Like I said to my friends, I was like, it's not the end of the world. It might just be the end of mine, and that's okay. Like, what can we do in that time and make it a good time? Like,
I like that outlook.
it's not giving up. It's not tapping out. It's just being realistic, and we can do this shit, right?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I like that outlook.
I mean, I want to go with like, I mean, maybe there are like a bucket list of things, and maybe I can't do all of them, but like, one of my friends was like, I want to do things that are like realistic bucket list goals. Like they said that like their like ultimate fantasy that was realistic was like, I just want to take a bent up piece of crap car and I want to drive backwards over those spikes that like you're not supposed to drive over or they'll tear up your tires.
Yeah.
But I want to know what it feels like to just be in the car and drive backwards over those. And I was like, you know what? I think it's little things like that that like if you got limited time, something like that just seems hilarious and amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. See, my bucket list is ending fascism. That's the whole thing.
I
That's the
mean,
whole list.
mine will come with violence if I do that. So like, oh wait, can I say the B word?
Yeah. Yeah, this is interviewing humanity. We don't censor shit like that here.
No, I meant on Tickety Talk.
Yeah, no, the whole purpose that people have the censorship thing in lives is to stop the live from getting banned.
You already know.
Yeah.
I'm not going down or out without a fight, and so like I might have a little bit of fun with it, like Tyler Durden style.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I can get behind that.
What you got to fight for? I mean, right?
Right? By the way, TikTok, this is all for entertainment purposes only.
Exactly. Just like Fight Club was all for entertainment purposes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
All things for the purpose of entertainment.
like that, but you know, if I did have an alter ego,
Yeah.
it would be a very spicy alter ego, right?
Fun fact, that's not schizophrenia. That is dissociative identity disorder.
Ooh, DID. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, I might I might qualify for that, but I don't have a secondary identity.
Yeah, it's not super frequent. It's not super frequent for people to have splits.
I have a stage presence, and like
Yeah.
I can fake those things very well, and I have a really good entertainment side. Just because, you know, once you've grown up doing theater and choir and band, you kind of acquire it. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's acting. Yeah, but it's not super often for people to have splits with DID, but when they do, it's because of a long series of excessive traumas. Dwayne,
that's a fair assessment.
Dwayne, how you been, man?
Well, surviving.
That's good.
It's been I'll be honest, it's been a bit rough, but things are stabilizing.
Okay,
Things are getting better.
that's good. Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
How's Hawaii holding up under all this shit?
Yeah, especially with the like tsunami hitting. Like,
Yeah, we had that tsunami scare again, and I mean, I still remember the last time we had one of those, and they had the sirens going off, and the cops, driving down the street, announcing, evacuate to higher ground and then to seek shelter, and a few hours later, nothing. So yeah, well, whatever. It's like, but better safe than sorry.
I mean, that is true, especially in the case of tsunami. Like, boy, that's one where I'm gonna like tap out.
How high up off the water are you?
I am at sea level.
Oh fuck.
I'm on the
Oh,
ground
not
floor of my
exactly.
apartment building, and the Alawai Canal is like 2 blocks away from me.
Oh
Boy.
lordy.
Oh, fucky.
You know, I saw when it was like going right on the news. It was kind of late at night, and I remember it saying like 6 feet or 10-foot waves, like at its peak, which didn't seem that significant. And then some of the anchor, people were like, "Yeah, well, just stay off the beach." That's
Yeah.
what we're trying.
I mean,
But,
10-foot
yeah,
waves when a majority of your shoreline is like at sea level or just like a foot or two above it. That's a lot of water.
yeah.
That really is. That seems aggressive amounts of water.
Well,
Yeah.
the thing is, we have an island to the northwest of us called Ni'ihau, and it's basically flat. With a sufficiently large wave, it could potentially wash over the entire island.
Ouch.
Is it populated?
Oh yeah, about a couple thousand people live there.
Oh shit.
That's the last place on Earth where the Hawaiian language is spoken as daily conversation by everybody who lives there.
Wow.
Oh goodness. I mean, because like the last thing we would want is their language being, gone.
Yeah.
And it's a very old version of Hawaiian too. It's a Hawaiian that it's before when people think about the Hawaiian language and the Kingdom of Hawaii, the language is spoken on the dialect of Hawaiian that's spoken on Ni'ihau is older than that language.
Wow.
Wow.
It's more closely
Like,
related to Tongan than
No, like my stepfather was a full-blooded Native American from Mississippi, so like he grew up and he knew all of like the last of the Choctaw language as they were teaching it, like the original. And he was a Vietnam veteran, so like his dad was one of the individuals like during World War II, I believe, that like they had Native Americans coming in and teaching as the code talkers, and then he joined during Vietnam, and so like he was one of the few people that knew that language, and I was like, you know, you should record this, and he actually got upset with me about it, and he was like, well, if the younger generation wanted to know, they would have reached out, and I was like, yeah, but you know that you could reach more than that, right? And he was like, I don't know about that.
Damn.
I'm hoping he'll change his mind on that before he passed away. You know.
I remember
Yeah.
looking at like Anishinaabe, which would be the language here in Michigan for like people who are Ojibwe. Back in like high school, I did a report, and I think it was 800 speakers still, but they were all, it was like 90% were over 80 years old, right? And this is like 10 years ago. So I wonder, you know, now, I'm sure it's much smaller, but yeah, that whole concept and idea of not only just preserving languages, but cultures. You have a whole group of people living there. That would be tragic if people were displaced, but I think it's like also recognizing the responsibility of other islands or our country to be like, you know, let's make sure we're treating these types of disasters, especially with people who are really not interacting or globalized, you know.
I mean, I understand both sides. I understand where he was saying that like there should be an initiation from like a younger group to like come in and want to take their place, but I also feel like it should be both. Like if you have that history and you have that availability to like preserve something, then do it, just because like it does matter. And like being selfish and like hoarding knowledge at that point is like, and that's what I tried to explain to him. I was like, it's not that younger people don't know, they just don't know how to reach out to certain people or where to find that information. And so like you could be that source and you could be that inspiration. And he still got mad at me, and I was like, well, I mean, if that's how you feel, I'll respect it and I'll understand. But, you know, I'm just saying there are people that do want to know, do want to learn, but like they might not be like right here, you know?
Yeah, well, there's actually 4 dialects of the Hawaiian language, or 5 if you count Hawaiian Sign Language. And Hawaiian Sign Language.
Wait. I want to hear more about that one because I am like slowly losing my hearing actually.
Yeah.
And so I did not know that there was a dialect of Hawaiian Sign Language. That sounds incredible.
Yeah, but the thing is that it's dying out because for deaf children in Hawaii, they teach them American Sign Language.
The ASL, that sounds about normal, I guess.
Yeah. The thing is, though, that Hawaiian Sign Language, the people who speak it, people who still speak it, there really aren't that many of them left because they're elderly. They have no interest in passing it on because basically who you're going to talk to, right?
Yeah,
So,
you're thinking about survival, like, you know, of your kids, like, or grandkids. Like, I'd rather them be able to maneuver.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I like
Or
my
wherever, you know, unfortunately.
It's just another aspect of colonialism and genocide.
Yeah, well, there are a lot of different sign languages out there. They're about as different from each other as like English and French or English and Swahili. You know, there is no universal sign language out there. You know, there's no sign language version of Esperanto. So the people who still speak the Hawaiian, I think there's like one person who teaches it, and I saw the comparison between American Sign Language and Hawaiian Sign Language, and they are vastly different from each other. And there are a lot of different sign languages used by like the Alaska Natives and the various Native American tribes. There was a sort of universal sign language used on the Great Plains by the different tribes because they couldn't understand each other by speaking.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
So, but American Sign Language is not only taught in America, it's taught in other places, other countries around the world. But then again, you have French Sign Language and British Sign Language, and so it's just
Wait,
the
now I want to learn both. Hang on.
well, you just say if you want to speak to deaf people in other countries, then
Well,
you
I'm
have.
looking at trying to like go to Canada instead of the U.S. of fucking A. But I,
Yeah. Well,
you
you
know,
need to probably learn English Sign Language and French Sign Language.
that sounds amazing, honestly.
American Sign Language is actually based upon French Sign Language,
Oh wow.
and so there's a whole pedigree thing going on over there.
I
But
thought it was based
Hawaiian,
on. I thought it was based on Native American sign language.
no, American Sign Language, no, not
Mm.
it was not. It was based upon the French for some
The
reason.
French were like kind of here before the English showed up.
Makes
Mm.
sense.
Yeah, I
That,
think.
that makes
Communicating
sense.
with
Really, it
natives
does.
for like 150 years.
I mean, because when you finger spell words in American Sign Language, what does it mean to a person who speaks French or who learned French Sign Language? It doesn't mean anything to them. So I don't know. I just some people some parts of the deaf community are against imposing cochlear implants, even though they could allow people to hear again, because they fear that it would cause the death of deaf culture, and I can understand that. Um,
Yeah, I get it, but it's one of those things like I might be facing that at some point in my life, and so I guess I'll be that immersive blend between the two because of the fact that it's legitimately like I might not get a choice. Like if I can do hearing aids and they work out, cool. But if like not, then
yeah,
let's
learning sign language.
let's go back and blend in somewhere.
Yeah, sign language. I think it's harder for people who've been hearing their whole lives to learn sign language. There are, I think I heard of an immersive program where people can like put something in their ears to prevent them from hearing. So they walk around like that and they learn sign language and they have to communicate with other people.
Oh,
But
that's me. That's me.
yeah,
But like I am also I have what is called bilateral hearing loss. So like there are certain frequencies that I can either A no longer hear or B once there is noise in the background, like say you turn on a fan, I'm not gonna hear you talk if you are at that frequency.
no,
If you are behind a door or you're across a room, I will likely not hear you. And my hearing loss is due to the military, and like they can provide hearing aids, but like at what point do you go, well, maybe I should just also learn ASO before it goes away entirely?
yeah, you probably should. I mean, I don't know how much it costs to learn it. There are like videos on YouTube that you can learn it in the beginning, and you can contact your local association. I don't know what they're called, the deaf group, and
I
ask
mean,
them.
I think there's a mix. I think there's a mix around here because, like, luckily I'm in Denver and, like, it's a mix of things.
Yeah. But yeah, the thing is that a Hawaiian Sign Language will probably be extinct in like 20 years because that's how old the people are who still speak it. But I think I can send you a video of a woman demonstrating it, but you'd probably have to be in Hawaii to learn it.
I mean, both would still be amazing. Like, still learning it would be incredible because, like, I'm having to still watch people and then like read lips. And so I'm like one step at a time, and I tell people, and I'm like, "Hey, look at me!" And like I've literally I've taught people around me, like I left roller derby because of the discrimination of the hearing loss, because I was like you have to face me, or else like you can't get mad at me that I didn't know that you were talking to me when you were behind me, and there was a large crowd. I have to turn towards you at least to like read your lips, and so many people were upset about that.
Hmm.
And I was like, I'm sorry, but this is kind of my disability. Sucks to be you that you don't want to be a decent human being.
Yeah,
Hi,
I have
everybody.
tinnitus.
Hold on a
I
second,
have
everybody. Welcome in, Dev. Can I get your age, state, and pronouns, please?
Yeah, age 23, state California, and he, him.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, guys. Continue.
No, but learning like maybe perhaps a language like what you were talking about, like learning ASL is a huge gold mine just because like if my hearing is gonna go bye bye, then having that, but like knowing that there are different variations of that, like the way that you're talking about, like it would be amazing to learn that just because like instead of watching it be a dead language.
Yeah, I'm looking here at a map of the dispersal of Hawaii of American Sign Language, and it's all over the United States and Canada, with the exception of Quebec. Um, I think Bolivia, if I'm not mistaken, and a huge chunk of Africa, Thailand, and Papua New Guinea. So you'd be able to communicate with a lot of people from these. I mean, so you wouldn't have to learn English Sign Language and American Sign Language. You only need to learn American Sign Language, I guess, because the proximity is different.
Well, not just that, but like what you were talking about, like being French Sign Language, sounds really cool. Just because, like I said, my partner is from Canada, and then like relocated to the U.S. and is talking about going back to Canada, and like I believe he's fluent in French, so like learning French Sign Language would be really incredibly cool too.
Yeah, I don't know where you'd learn French Sign Language in America. You might actually have to go to Quebec to learn it there.
I'd probably like learn the ASL, and then whenever I'm traveling somewhere or have an interest in a specific one, figure out which signs are the same in that other language first. So then you have a good idea in your head. Okay, these are the words that I already know, and then
I mean,
when
that would sound amazing. Being sincere, like
just as a good practice mechanism, because sometimes it's hard to study a bunch of things at once, and I like to study languages, so.
I mean, it
I
sounds
haven't
really
done sign
cool with the
language.
idea. Like I said, he with partner being fluent in French, like because he was French Canadian, it might be like able to translate over better if like having someone that knew both languages, that was like, okay, hey, this word is this, and then me going, okay, I know American Sign Language, dude, maybe it would translate across, but like with what you were saying, with there being French Sign Language, maybe there's both to learn. I mean, that would actually sound really cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
sound.
Look it up.
Jokes on me.
In French, like look it up in the language on YouTube or something, and then you'd have to maybe turn the American subtitles on when like certain words.
I mean, I'm not afraid of that. That sounds amazing. I mean, it sounds like a lot of translation and maybe work, but like I'm not opposed to it. I guess you know what I'm saying. Like I'm okay with the idea of learning it and taking the time to acknowledge that like this is a separate language that I'm not native to, and that I might screw that up, but I would rather take the time to learn, I guess.
yeah, I mean, there's even a sign language in India and Pakistan that they use specific to themselves. So,
Oh, I didn't know that. Like I said, as my hearing is going, I'm slowly learning, and I have requested like speech language pathology because like Sludge knows, I'm a combat veteran and I have lung nodules, which I've got like a 60 to 70% chance of them turning cancerous.
oh,
But it's also gotten to where it is, causing anaphylaxis and or making me lose my voice entirely, because once your lungs are affected, then your throat and your voice will be affected as well. And so the idea of learning ASL is not just an idea anymore. It's like I will eventually get to that point where I probably can't talk. And because I have bilateral hearing loss also from being in the military, then that's where we're at. Like ASL is going to be my jam at a certain point once everything goes to hell. And, learning all of those things beforehand seems like a solid idea. Like, if I'm gonna risk losing my voice, I'm gonna risk losing my hearing, then at least I can maybe give myself the tools needed, to like make it a smoother transition when it does happen. Because it's not an if, it's just a when. and it might be slow over time. I might have a year, I might have 2 years, I might have one lung, I might have two. We'll find out. But it's worth like taking the time and investing in not only just what I've learned and what I know in my culture, but learning other cultures. Because if I want to travel, if I want to go anywhere, then it's better to, I don't know. The military teaches you that you should learn the language, you should learn a place, you should learn a culture before you just show up, instead of this idea of just, hey, I'm here. And I think that that's why tourists or Americans in general get a bad rep, because this idea of like we just show up and we're like, hey, I'm here, and we didn't bother to learn their culture. We didn't bother to make sure we understood their language. We're just expecting them to accommodate us, and that's not fair to me.
I
That's
think
not
that might
appropriate
just
to
be
me.
too like a pure diplomatic though, you know? Because it's like somebody going on vacation is different than people going to like a military base and being like, okay, you guys should get to know the culture.
I mean, I don't know. Like when I
Like,
went
I
to
think people
Afghanistan,
travel
like
there
they
too,
wanted
but
us to like maybe like know. They made us like study Farsi and Darsi for Afghanistan,
Mm.
and like I still know some of it, but like I'm not proficient. I'm not gonna claim that. Like I would understand a basic conversation, like asking like basic greetings and how their family was doing and what their name was and where they were from, but I wouldn't be able to carry on a full conversation. And unfortunately, I think that it's
yeah,
like, I don't mean it to sound mean, but like Americans are very ignorant in that way when they go travel other places, and they don't make sure that like they're accommodating other places that they are going to. They just expect people to accommodate them. And I feel like you should at least like respect a culture if you're gonna go, even as a tourist, visit a place.
yeah. Well, that's
That's,
why I felt like, yeah, it's hard. It's hard to learn multiple languages, spoken languages, or I'm sure ASL is just as complicated in many other sign languages. That's all I'm
true.
just saying. It's so ambitious. So like just as a prerequisite, it's like, okay, what do they have in common, and what are just my main
Yeah,
greetings?
that's fair.
How do I say please, thank
Please.
you, like just all the basic stuff.
I
But
mean,
I
that's
totally
fair.
agree with that as well.
I mean, that's fair, but I like to err on the side of caution and being respectful, at least, because I feel like each culture deserves respect there in those cases. And I think that, like, that's where a lot of Americans fall short, is that they disrespect a lot of cultures when they go, even as a tourist, and visit places. Like, and I think it's like their place to learn when you go somewhere else. Like, make sure you're being respectful at least.
Mm.
I'm learning like Spanish, Russian, and Arabic. Those are my three
My Spanish is
focus.
broken Spanglish, but that's because my sister in law is from Puerto Rico, and so I kind of get cussed out in like broken English and Spanglish at the same time. So like the running joke is like, well, I know how to cuss somebody out at least.
Nice.
But at least I am awkward as hell, because like I understand what's being said to me.
No
So
tienes
like I can be
respeto
like,
para
I
mí.
no, I can completely understand what someone's saying, and I'm like, oh, okay, I completely got you, got it. But then like trying to say back, it's like, come ceviche, I'm a dumbass. And they're like, what?
Sí, sí, estoy una pendeja, no sé.
Eh,
Yeah.
pendejo. Oh,
And then in Arabic, Haiwan. In
right?
Russian, no sé, Sulka.
Yeah, I think whenever, oh god,
It's a big deal.
like us
Wait a
learning
minute,
Arabic was
Lane.
so.
Wait a
Big
minute, Lane.
deal.
How many languages do you speak?
I'm studying Russian and Arabic. I'm better at like reading them than like actually like knowing all my words.
Fair,
And then
fair.
Spanish, yeah, because that takes a while to understand, like to learn how to read both of them. But Arabic takes a while too.
Absolutely.
Russian, I
Arabic is,
started like sixth grade because I just thought it was interesting, and a friend of mine spoke Russian.
I mean, that's fair.
And high school, I started with the Arabic, and then I just been, just slowly though.
No, I actually had a friend. Like, I grew up with her. Went to like junior high, high school with her. Like we had kids around the same time, which was like 18, 19, 20. And she like immigrated to Russia because like she fell in love with the language and she ended up meeting a guy because of it and then moved back with him once they got married. Like and she loves it there. Like she posts like she's like, well, Facebook is illegal in Russia, but
Yeah, that my friend she took off because they like suspended everybody's bank accounts and everything, and then they went to like Astoria and then I think Hungary ended up in.
yes, but like the way that like she posts like the stuff that she does, it's like their food is healthier, even if it's like the entirety. Like their government is not yay, but
My friend grew up in Detroit, and her dad was just like from here, and her mom was a mail order bride.
oh, ouch.
And they like put her in like gymnastics and dance classes from a young age. And by the time she was like 12, she was in Washington, D.C. And then she ended up in Russia and was like prima ballerina.
I honestly, that's the irony of like my friend, like her daughter was the dancer, and
She's
so
been
like,
overseas ever since. And so I'm like, go ahead, girl.
go ahead. Like no, like I said, I have a partner and he's part Canadian, so like sometimes I just do not understand like his dysfunction with certain American things, and I'm like, babe, I'm sorry, we're both autistic. You're gonna have to explain this to me. What the fuck?
Yeah, she'll come back and be like, oh my God, Americans are just so lazy. I got to the airport, everyone's just looking at their phone. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yes, because like they limit screen time and all of that. So
Yeah,
I found a
I mean,
website
I
you
get
can.
it. I get it.
discipline people for sure.
I found a website you can actually learn American Sign Language. It's like a subscription for $36 a year.
Oh, cool. Send it to me. I'm gonna drop off for a moment because I gotta make food for me and my kiddo who's in the other room. Sorry. I'll be right back.
All right, let me
Sorry,
just
slugs. Apologies.
see if I can. Oh, dang.
She's like, I'm out of here. You're trying to sell something to me
I don't know.
for 30
I'll just wait till she comes back. Yeah, I'm looking at it here. It's like, damn.
Sorry, guys, just having a discussion with my roommate about food. Oh shit, we're at 9.8. Fuck, I need to get ready for the episode. Shit. Okay.
Baby, humanidad. La pistola de hoy. Estamos en línea tiempo menor. I don't know what word says. Más
Did I just see Aliza down there? Shit, Aliza, come on up. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. All right, that's 10K. I'm going to go ahead and just get through the opening monologue. We'll get to this conversation today. If anybody wants to come up, come on up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Zoe. All right, well, everybody. Oh, shit. There we go. Okay. Welcome, everybody, to another episode of Interviewing Humanity. As always, I'm your host, Sludge Knuckle, and tonight we're diving headfirst into essentially the bloodstream of the beast, because naming the monster that we are currently living in is the first step to slaying it. And make no mistakes, it's not a single beast. It is a web of them. Each with fangs sunk deep into the flesh of what we call society. Each quietly gorging itself on our labor, our privacy, our peace of mind, while telling us it's for our safety, for our economy, for our future. Well, tonight we're going to trace the arteries of power from the cold offices of Palantir, where your data becomes a weapon, to the concrete bunkers of GEO Group, where bodies are caged for profit, from the glossy portfolios of BlackRock and Vanguard, whose invisible tendrils squeeze the global economy like a vice, to the rotting suburban sprawl of Invitation Homes, where your eviction was someone else's dividend check. We're going to follow that trail to the Heritage Foundation, the ideological factory behind some of the most regressive and violent policy shifts in modern history. We're going to peel back the polite curtain of think tanks and expose what they truly are, which is assembly lines for fascism in three-piece suits. We look into the mirror-polished mask of a man named Peter Thiel, billionaire, doomsday prepper, Palantir founder, an open admirer of authoritarianism, and ask why this man gets to decide the future of elections, policing, and digital surveillance without ever appearing on a ballot. And then, of course, we're going to talk about Donald Trump, not because he's the mastermind, but because he's the crash test dummy duct taped to the front of a speeding car. Loud enough to distract, dumb enough to be disposable, useful enough to consolidate power, and dangerous enough to make us forget who's really driving. This is not just a history lesson, and it's not just a list of names. It's a roadmap of how we got here to this moment in time where fascism wears a brand name, where resistance is commodified, where homes are hoarded, and hope is auctioned off in quarterly reports. And this episode isn't here to give easy answers. It's here to slap the snooze button on your skull and remind you that we are not spectators. We are not powerless. And this descent, this rapid acceleration into the worst timeline ever, is not inevitable. Because there are cracks in this machine. There are gears that grind. There are people rising, not with polished speeches or PR campaigns, but with mutual aid, direct action, and the absolute refusal to let billionaires, bankers, and bureaucrats write the final chapters. Tonight, we're going to talk about how all this connects. We're going to name the names. We're going to map the networks and trace the tactics. And then we're going to ask the most important question of all. What happens if we decide to stop this machine? Not someday, but today. So buckle up. Or don't, because this ride has no brakes and we're not pulling punches. This is Interviewing Humanity, and tonight we're kicking in the doors on the worst timeline and dragging the architects into the light. So let's get into it. First things first, we're going to start off with Palantir. Palantir technology sounds like a sci-fi tool, and in many ways it is. Named after the all-seeing crystal balls in The Lord of the Rings, Palantir was founded by Peter Thiel and a team of elite technocrats who believe privacy should be optional for you, not for them. Where did he go? Okay, no worries. They started by selling software to help the U.S. government spy on terrorists, but soon that definition of terrorist expanded. Immigrants, protesters, activists, unhoused people, people on food stamps, people who failed to pay parking tickets, people with the wrong last name. Palantir's real product, predictive policing and data fusion. They hoover up government databases, social media, criminal records, and AI-generated guesses to create detailed profiles of individuals, neighborhoods, and communities. And then they hand these profiles off to ICE and to local police departments, to Border Patrol, to child welfare agencies. This isn't just surveillance, it's digital pre-crime. If you've ever seen, what was it? Fuck, I forget the name of that show, or the movie. Basically, it's about predicting crime and getting the wrong people every time. Los Angeles used it for predictive gang mapping. New Orleans used it to build secret intelligence networks against its own citizens. And under Trump, ICE used Palantir to track, raid, and deport immigrants en masse, with software that built family trees, workplace maps, and probable resistance zones using nothing more than public records and metadata. It's, Minority Report, that's right, but real, and it's not science fiction anymore. Essentially, it's fascism's wet dream. While Palantir handles the digital cages, GEO Group handles the real ones. They're one of the largest private prison corporations in the world, and their business model is simple. Put as many people in cages as possible for the cheapest cost possible. They run immigrant detention centers, for-profit prisons, and, quote, re-entry programs, all designed to milk every cent of human misery. Their contracts often include occupancy guarantees, meaning if the state doesn't lock up enough people, taxpayers still foot the bill. In other words, they're incentivized to criminalize as many people as possible. And who ends up in GEO facilities? Black and brown men, immigrants, poor folks, people with mental health conditions, LGBTQ plus youth, protesters, survivors. In 2020, whistleblowers reported forced hysterectomies at GEO-run ICE facilities. In 2023, multiple detainees died in solitary confinement, and right now, they're lobbying for expanded forced mental health detainment laws, hoping to cash in on the next wave of criminalized disability under Trump's Ending Crime and Disorder executive order. This is not rehabilitation, and it's not public safety. It's extraction. This is capitalism. What do you get when you mix surveillance capitalism with for-profit incarceration? Well, you get a feedback loop of oppression. Palantir identifies the threats, GEO Group cages them, the system profits, and the cycle continues. Both rely on fear, both hide behind security. One where algorithm decides who gets freedom and who gets tagged, flagged, and bagged. And here's the kicker. You're funding this with your taxes, your income taxes, your data, and your silence. And they pretend to sell you safety in return. Lane, have you ever had a moment where you felt like your phone or computer was watching you? Did you shrug it off?
Yeah, probably. Definitely.
If you knew your personal data was being used to profile and criminalize people in your community, how would that change how you use technology?
Yeah, I've thought about that, especially with AI now. Like, people can be falsely imprisoned and all that. Really.
Yeah.
It's just getting, advancing at these exponential rates, and we have evidence that it disproportionately, misidentifies people, especially due to race and things like that, because the way these cameras are made, all sorts of different things. And also, already, the stored data in there, a lot of times, right, it's just coming from the databases that the police already have, right? So in my city, they can go through criminal files, right? But so at the end of the day, if somebody steals something out of a store, only if they have a previous criminal background, they're getting caught. So if you run their face, and let's say it is accurate, it's like, well, if nothing comes up, it's because they don't have a history. So it's actually not fair, like doubling down and providing justice for those who have already been caught and have their case in the system. So
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, there's a lot of perspectives that I thought about when it comes to that specifically.
Yeah. And how does it feel to know that there are corporations whose business model requires people to be imprisoned?
How much do I know about it?
No, how does it feel to know that there are corporations whose business model requires people to be imprisoned?
Yeah, I mean, terrible. It's a horrible system. Yeah, we privatize everything, like especially punishing people and privatize. It's like profit off of loss in so many ways. With
Yeah.
the housing, with the everything.
Thank you very much, Lane. Dwayne, same questions for you. Have you ever had a moment where you felt like your phone or computer was watching you, and did you shrug it off?
Not well, yeah, because like I do an internet search on something, and then the next day my Facebook account is posting ads related to that same topic, and it's supposedly two totally different websites.
Yeah.
But really, I don't know what else I could do about it, because there's the cookies in my phone that will point the way to for Facebook to post an ad for something. It just, or you click on certain profiles on Facebook, and that person's like you sometimes get ads popping up, and after that day, for some reason, I'm getting ads for that same kind of business, like all these games you can supposedly play to make money.
And if you knew that your personal data was specifically being used to profile and criminalize the people in your community, how would that change how you use that technology?
Well, in my case, in my line of work, there's really very little I can do about it, because I need my phone to work, and in my day job and my night job.
Well, I'm not asking
Really?
if you would stop using it. It's just how would you change how you use it?
I might have to change my settings to reject all cookies, but I don't know how effective that would be because the system wants your data regardless of what you want yourself.
Okay. Thank you very much, bud. And actually, how does it feel to you to know that there are corporations who are running a lot of things that whose business model requires people to be in prison?
Oh yeah, I mean, I used to work for a company called Wackenhut Security, and they
Called,
also
called
ran
what?
Wackenhut Security.
Oh,
They've been out of business for a long time, but one of their services that they offered was as prison guards. And there was a private prison in New Mexico that the guard staff were entirely Wackenhut employees, right? And they received very little training, and they kept getting themselves unalived by the inmates in these facilities. And Wackenhut kept getting sued by the inmates because of the bad behavior of the guards, deliberate bad behavior.
okay. Thank you very much, Dwayne. So, I want to talk about BlackRock and Vanguard. So, first, I'm going to start off with a number: $20 trillion. $20 trillion. That's the combined assets managed by two firms, BlackRock and Vanguard. And these aren't banks. They don't lend you money or handle your checking accounts. They're asset managers, institutional investors who own controlling shares of nearly every major corporation on Earth. Like you name it: Amazon, Google, Pfizer, Exxon, Walmart, Lockheed Martin, Fox News, CNN, Tesla, Nestle, Comcast, JP Morgan, Raytheon. BlackRock and Vanguard hold power in every single one of them. And that means that they don't just invest in the world, they own the world. But it gets worse than that. These firms often own each other. Vanguard owns a piece of BlackRock, and BlackRock owns stakes in funds that own Vanguard, and both invest in the same pool of competitor companies. What we think of as a free market is just monopoly, a pyramid scheme, and we are all at the bottom. So when you hear about choices in the market between this news outlet or that one, or between this food brand or that one, between progressive and conservative candidates, you're often looking at different arms of the same hydra, all feeding back into the same apex predator. And this is not competition. It's cartel capitalism. In 2008, when millions of families were evicted from their homes during the mortgage crisis, BlackRock saw an opportunity. They partnered with hedge funds and private equity groups to buy tens of thousands of single-family homes at foreclosure prices, forming a new empire called Invitation Homes. Holy shit. The fuck out of here with that shit. Good Lord.
Yeah, I've seen him post in other places.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just gonna fucking report the hell out of every one of those comments. It's a bot account too. Like, anyways, back to what I was saying. Invitation Homes. So today, Invitation Homes is one of the largest landlords in the United States, and it's not just houses anymore. They're buying up apartment buildings, entire blocks, and even mobile home parks. What used to be a pathway to family stability has become a commodity. Now, you don't own your home. You rent it from $1 billion corporation that can raise the rent at will, deny repairs, and evict you with zero accountability. And they're still buying. Wall Street didn't just survive the crash. They bought the ashes, built condos on them, and charged you triple rent to live there. And while they profit, more than half of unhoused people in America report being evicted from homes that they once owned or rented. And it's not an accident. This is their business model. You've heard it 1,000 times. Let the market decide. But what they don't tell you is that the market is rigged. It's not some impartial force of supply and demand. It's a weaponized system designed to extract from the bottom and consolidate at the top. And while BlackRock lobbies for deregulation, buys up public utilities, or consults with the Federal Reserve on monetary policy, that's not a coincidence. It's state capture of assets. Larry Fink, CEO of BlackRock, has more influence over global economics than most finance ministers. BlackRock's financial models literally set policy. They help write the rules of the game that they profit from. And now, BlackRock is partnering with governments to administer social programs, disaster relief, and even climate resilience plans. It's like Exxon running your fire department. This is corporate feudalism. We're not citizens, we're tenants on land that they bought with our despair. Lane, have you or someone you know been priced out of a neighborhood or home that you used to live in? And who owns that space now?
Me. But we just talked about it. But yeah, probably I would say the housing crisis, 2008. You know, it's kind of interesting because my dad passed away in 2008, and he had been going kind of solo for like 10 years and had gotten some grants and made some agreements, and started building housing and kind of went live in like 2007. So all his places went into foreclosure, plus he passed away. So that was like a big loss for our family. But on the other hand, like I said, I graduated high school. I always had this thought in my head just based off of like how my dad was. Like I have to own my own place. I don't want to ever pay rent. And that's when they created the land bank in Detroit. It snatched up all these homes. And so now my neighbor across the street, like his cousin comes over every once in a while, and he used to live here. And they owned the house for 30 years. It sat empty for, till 2015. So it sat empty for about 6 years. And I got it for literally $1,100. And then the fees and taxes. Nothing. And I feel like, dang, that sucks. But at the same time, he was like, we should trade homes. I got a house from the land bank too. Because he wants his childhood home back. But I was like, no thanks.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's like I see, but I also don't see that so much over here because we are like 80% homeowners. Most people have lived there their whole life. But I mean, it definitely throughout the city happened. There was like a couple mass exoduses from like just the 70s and 80s and defunding of the city to then, loans and mortgages that are outrageous and discriminatory, predatory, redlining, all these different, things that were used to put people in homes, and then, creating these ridiculous interest rates and, not equipping people with the tools or jobs necessary to maintain. I don't know. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. And do you think that companies like BlackRock and Vanguard should be allowed to own shares in every competing business in a sector?
No, absolutely not.
Why not?
Because it just turns everything into a conglomerate, and if you want authenticity within a company, hopefully, if there's a differentiation between companies and they have an ideology or a different background or whatever, they're competing for a reason, so it feels authentic to both be, I understand that it's a free market or whatever, but it essentially takes away choice for people. And then if you go all the way through those companies, it's like they're also in the DRC and making all these shady deals and investing in diamonds and mining in other countries and all this other stuff. So it's you have to be real intentional and seek out what it is you're going to support, put money behind.
And how does it feel to know that the people shaping your economic future don't answer to voters, just to shareholders?
Disempowered.
Yeah.
But I don't have that much faith in the system already. But you know, that
Yeah.
essentially.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lane. Dwayne, have you or
Yeah.
someone you know been priced out of a neighborhood or home that you used to live in, and who owns that space now?
Well, I didn't own it, but I did rent an apartment, like about a mile from where I am now, and the rent went up so much so quickly that I simply couldn't afford to live there anymore. And before that, I lived in a place where the landlord seemed to be bound and determined to force us all out by jacking the rent up beyond our ability to pay. And because some reason they thought that, we have this convention center here, and there was a rumor going around that the convention center people were going to buy up the property around the convention center and turn it into parking. So they were trying to, get us out of the way so that they could sell the building and let it be turned into a parking lot. Um, at one point, I think like half to three quarters of the tenants had moved out, and there weren't many of us left. And then they found out that there was no such deal on the table. So they had to take the unoccupied apartments and rent them out at a much lower rate than everyone else in the building was paying. And everybody else is like, if you're going to force me to pay the same rent, I'm going to move out too. And then you'll have to rent it out at a lower cost to whoever moves in to replace me. So they dropped my rent down. But I still had to move out of that building because they were going to renovate it and turn it into condos or something.
Okay. And do you think companies like BlackRock or Vanguard should be allowed to own shares in literally every competing business in a sector?
Well, looking at BlackRock, they have taken some stands that really don't endear them to the right wing because they do believe in climate change.
Mm-hmm.
I think that various companies want to have multiple streams of income, don't rely entirely upon one section of the market to make your profit, because that just sets you up for a pretty severe fall off in the future when that market collapses. So
BlackRock and Vanguard have shares in each other and own almost every corner of the market around the world.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that that's fair?
I think, well, they're going to spend their money how they want, but if they don't buy those shares, then someone else certainly will.
Yeah, but they're essentially one company with two different names that owns everything.
Mm-hmm.
$20 trillion, my guy. They're not going to miss out by not owning Amazon.
Yeah. I mean, but looking at their stock price is under $1,100 a share, which is, I believe, less than Tesla.
They own Tesla.
I don't know.
Yeah, they have shares.
Yeah. Oops. Okay.
Hey, Switch.
Hey, how's it going, Laz? Welcome in.
Yeah, I heard your question. I was in the hallway. I was like, oh, and then I waited for the answer. I was like, oh no.
What about you, Laz? Do you think that companies like BlackRock and Vanguard should be allowed to own shares in every competing business?
Especially when they're supposedly competing businesses? Absolutely not. Because Dodge versus Ford set up that companies are beholden to their shareholders and not their customers. So when you create a situation where you have singular equity, you're not creating that competition. At that point, it's monopoly.
Yeah. right? And monopoly is supposed to be bad in a fair and free market, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be, but
Okay.
you know,
Yeah. So, Dwayne, real quick, how does it feel to you to know that the people who shape literally an entire nation's economic future don't answer to voters?
Uh, well, there's certainly a lot of really isn't much people can do about big corporations anymore. There was a time where, like, President Theodore Roosevelt broke up like the railroads, but so much time has gone by that the corporation just got bigger and virtually at this point unstoppable to the point like Donald Trump is at this point in this country. But I don't know. I mean, you look at our social media, the primary means we communicate with each other. We have companies like Facebook and Twitter and YouTube, and there's the problem with companies like BlackRock is they have a natural tendency to want to get bigger and to consume more. And it's like when Starbucks was expanding and they were basically gobbling up all the neighborhood coffee shops until at one point they overextended themselves. And of course, we see the end result of that. But I don't really know what the average person can do to avoid the corporate dominance of some of these big companies. I don't see that.
Like Facebook and Instagram and TikTok are all Meta, right?
Yeah.
Are they all under one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, more or less.
Because like Starbucks,
Yes, they are.
there's still the option to have.
Facebook and Meta now have a priority share in TikTok.
Like if Big B Coffee, Tim Hortons, Dunkin' Donuts all were all in a corner and they're all owned by one coffee company
Mm-hmm.
and all sell Folgers, but then it would be
So Dwayne, you said that you don't know if there's anything people can do against monopoly.
Right.
What if people stopped spending their money on corporate assets and started spending their money on local mom and pop shops
it's like me,
collectively?
Well,
except
yeah.
for gas.
Yeah. I mean, you'd need a lot of people to do that. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I purposely stayed away from Starbucks for a long time after they caused the closure of my favorite coffee store in downtown Honolulu. But it was few and far between that I ever went into a Starbucks until somebody gave me a Starbucks gift card for Christmas one day. But anyway, you'd need the thing is that you have big companies basically either buying out smaller ones, as Facebook has done in the past to companies that were producing a product better than its own. So there comes a point where the small company that you can buy from instead is simply no longer there.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dwayne. TNT, welcome in. Just for the sake of the algorithms, since you haven't been in Interviewing Humanity before, I need your age, state, and pronouns, please.
I'm 21. I just came here by accident.
Yeah, no worries. I'm glad that you're here, even if it is accidental. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I just let you guys talk for a while.
Okay. Well, do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions real quick?
Yeah.
So have you or someone you know been priced out of a neighborhood or a home that you used to live in? And do you know who owns that space now?
Not that I recall. From memory, it would be like a long time ago, but as a family member, it'd be really hard. But if I had to guess, it'd be my grandmother.
Okay. And do you think that companies like BlackRock and Vanguard should be allowed to own shares in every competing business in a sector?
No.
Why not?
It sounds like they've taken away other people's businesses and taken away all other shares. And it sounds more controlling than making more investments, to be honest.
Thank you very much, TNT. And Laz, I'll ask you the same question. Have you or someone you know been priced out of a neighborhood or a home that you used to live in? And do you know who owns that space now?
Yeah, actually I have, and I don't know who specifically owns it now, but yeah, when they raise property taxes and property values in the areas, basing property taxes, cause gentrification. And of course, through that gentrification, you create homelessness. Because, you know, they want to bring in the bourgeois. And yeah, when you're living in multi-million-dollar homes and having to pay thousands and thousands of dollars on property taxes, it kind of gets expensive.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And do you think that companies like BlackRock and Vanguard should be allowed to own shares in every competing business in a sector?
Yeah, I answered that, and absolutely not. It creates the monopoly issue. And, I mean, you look at BlackRock and Peltec, for example. They own 30% of the residential market, and a large portion of that being the unoccupied homes, to the point that they could house every homeless person on the planet and not lose a dime.
And how does it feel to know that the people shaping your economic future don't answer to voters?
You know, we've been trying to change that for 40 years, or at least I have been, and it's disheartening because it's been hid behind a web of lies. When you look at the fact that politicians' seats in committees are sponsored by corporations, and if they don't vote the way the corporation wants, they are replaced. When you look at the bills that have been introduced for the last 70 years, and if you look at it at a flat rate, it's 30% of bills get approved, but when you apply what the people want, it's under 10%. When you look at corporate interests, it's over 80%. Princeton did a study on that, and it's pretty freaking disheartening that the land we live in, the land where we're supposed to have individual freedoms and individual rights, it's all based on what corporations want.
Absolutely. And thank you very much, Les. So I want to talk about the brains behind what's happening right now. If BlackRock and Vanguard are the money and Palantir is the eye, then the Heritage Foundation is the brain. Not the kind that thinks either, it's the kind that calculates. Cold and quiet and strategic. Founded in 1973, the Heritage Foundation was created to weaponize academic legitimacy for the far right. It didn't start as a political party, it started as a pseudo-shadow government, building white papers, drafting legislation, and training a pipeline of operatives to infiltrate agencies, courts, schools, or school boards, and media outlets. Today, their crown jewel is Project 2025, which is a 900-page playbook for dismantling what remains of democratic institutions and replacing them with a Christian nationalist, corporate-dominated regime. And that's not a metaphor. It includes purging federal employees who aren't loyal to conservative ideology, ending environmental protections and dismantling the Department of Education, replacing civil services with partisan loyalist tests, eradicating gender-affirming healthcare and LGBTQ plus protections, and turning public policy over to corporate lobbyists and Christian fundamentalist groups. Project 2025 is not a plan. It's a coup in slow motion. And it's being actively promoted by Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis and a constellation of far-right billionaires. And this is what the modern right learned after January 6th. Don't storm the gates, buy the blueprints, build a door, and walk right in. And think tanks like Heritage don't react to political trends. They manufacture them. When you hear a new law banning books, attacking trans kids, or giving tax breaks to oil companies, chances are it didn't start with a senator or a concerned parent. It started in a boardroom with a grant behind it. Groups like Heritage and ALEC, or the American Legislative Exchange Council, write copy-paste legislation and then pass it down through their network of state lawmakers, school board candidates, and right-wing influencers. They call it model legislation. I call it corporate authoritarianism in a gift bag. It's policy laundering, a political front operation, the illusion of democracy with the machinery of dictatorship. Behind it all are billionaires like the Koch brothers, Rebecca Mercer, and tech moguls who bankroll the institutions because they know something the public hasn't figured out. You don't need to win elections to control the country. You just need to write the laws. And the Heritage Foundation's most dangerous work isn't just political, it's cultural. They're rewriting curriculums to erase indigenous genocide, slavery, labor history, queer resistance, and anti-war movements. They're funding patriotic education bills to criminalize honest history. They're promoting book bans under the guise of parental rights while pushing legislation to fine teachers for teaching about race, gender, or systemic oppression. This isn't ignorance, it's deliberate historical erasure. Because when people forget how systems of oppression were built, they stop knowing how to fight them. This is not just about schools, it's about generational obedience. The war on history is a war on rebellion. If they erase your past, they can control your future. Dwayne, have you noticed certain books disappearing from libraries or classrooms in your community?
Well, I haven't been to the public library in quite a while. And I don't have any children in school, so I really couldn't comment on that.
Okay. Do you think most laws are written by politicians, or do you think think tanks with corporate sponsors write them? And why would that matter?
The think tanks tend to come up with laws, and the politicians let them do it. Because most people really don't know very much, for example, about how the education system actually is supposed to work. Most people have never been, most people's exposure to the education system has been as a student, not as a teacher. So, you can have someone come along and say, well, we have this team of experts that say that you're doing it wrong, and the politician doesn't know any better, and they need those corporate donations for the next election cycle. So they'll tend to do what the corporate donor tells them to do.
Okay. How about this? What's the danger of rewriting history to focus only on patriotism and not on people harmed by the systems that got us to where we are?
Well, we used to have this mandatory Pledge of Allegiance in school when I was in elementary school. We stopped it. I forget what grade I was in when they didn't have to do the Pledge of Allegiance anymore. But people, were pointing to other countries where, pledging allegiance to the flag or to the national leader was mandatory and expected from every citizen. And Americans tended not to want to be like them. And unfortunately, the agencies like the Gestapo and the KGB, as far as how they did their job, was bluntly more efficient than what we've got. Okay. it's like the KGB or the FSB today is basically you take the FBI, the CIA, and the Border Patrol, and you combine them all into one agency. More effective at getting the job done, but much more dangerous to the freedom of the people. But people would rather have efficiency over checks and balances. If J. Edgar Hoover had his way, that's how it would be right now. We would not have a Secret Service or Postal Inspection Service or Customs Service. We'd only have the FBI and nothing. We wouldn't even have the CIA if it were up to him. So I think that people want efficiency in their government, and if unfortunately too many people if it's going to be more efficient, I'll give up some of my personal liberties, and that's scary.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bud. Laz, have you noticed certain books disappearing from libraries or classrooms in your community?
So, on that regard, I'm not too versed in the local public library or the local schools, but I am more versed in knowing that the last count that we have is 438 words banned from being used in any form of research. Research papers cannot contain that list of words, so it is increasingly difficult to get any of the research that's been funded to date published. Funding for the research has even been pulled. Local college here had what was it, $58 million of funding cut this year. So yeah, in that regard, there is a stunting of access to education, access to scientific research.
And what kind of message does that send?
The message is basically, we don't care about science. We don't care about observable, repeatable fact. You will tailor your message to the regime.
And do you think that these cutbacks in terminology or laws and things are written by the politicians or think tanks with corporate sponsors?
Oh, this is 1,000% Heritage Foundation. It's in response to the Project 2025 BS that Diaper Tyrant is abusing the powers of the
Excuse
executive
me?
order to usurp.
Did you say Diaper Tyrant?
Yes, I did.
Oh my god, I'm dead. Holy shit.
I sure did. Yeah,
Fuck yes, I'm
he's,
stealing that.
Using the powers of... Feel free. He's abusing the powers of the executive order to usurp the powers of the legislative and judicial branches of government. And yes, I did just use the exact definition of treason.
That you did. What's the danger of rewriting history to focus only on patriotism and not on the people being harmed by the system that got us here?
Repetition. The idea that, well, like for example, if individuals hear actual and true history from people who have lived it, they will disagree with it because their books don't say it. They will attack individuals because their meager understanding of very watered down concepts. Didn't teach them that going through school, so it can't be true. We see that a lot within the LGBTQ discussions when we're talking about things like karyotypes. They think there are only two when there's 16 that we know about and two more being researched. Individuals think they know what history was and will spout the exact opposite of lived experience of other people as if it is fact. I lived through Reagan. I've had people argue with me directly about GRID and the HIV epidemic, well, pandemic, and talk about Democratic hoax, talk about, they did everything in their power to stop it. Now, Reagan intentionally left half of Generation X to unalive.
He did.
Reagan campaigned on the idea of we are in danger of creating the educated proletariat and defunded education by half in the first 3 years of his presidency. What do we see going on now? Gen X tries to sound the alarm and says, we've seen this before. Because it wasn't in the history books, people won't listen.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people doing the whole show me proof, as though an entire culture worth of lived experiences isn't enough proof. Thank you very much, Laz. TNT. Have you noticed certain books disappearing from libraries or classrooms in your community?
Well, as someone who lives in Oklahoma, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. As someone who lives in Oklahoma, they probably banned those books without me knowing it. So,
Fair enough.
usually, like, when you live in a southern state, you just, it's just like quick and everything. But from this, like, I guess more moderate or just like center left books, I kind of noticed some. I remember this one book. This was like all over the news, especially on the Daily Wire, where it was supposedly it takes communist values or something like that. I don't know what was it, but it was like some book and it was like banned from Oklahoma for a while. So, there we go. And I can tell you, websites is going off weird.
Really?
I don't know if you read the wiki, Polcom Balls or whatever it's called.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, so apparently, when I went on the website, it said something that was getting. Hold on, let me.
While they're looking that up. Let me ask you this, Dwayne.
Yeah.
Being as you don't really have a whole lot of experience with what's happening in libraries or classrooms, just as a general, what would it say, or what kind of message do you think should be received from the fact that governing bodies are pulling books from the shelves and banning them?
I know that the National Library Associations, like teachers, have protested against the removal of books. I don't know how effective that has been, but there's, the people fighting against the banning of books have, published lists of these books that are banned, and basically the reasons why. And it does encourage people to. I mean, the public library is not supposed to be subject to the whims of politicians, but I think it can be good for the national libraries, the national education, the national associations for teachers and librarians to uh, to publicize the names of the books that are getting banned and say, what are they so afraid of, and maybe
Well, they
encourage people
have.
to get to get people to go and pick up a copy of the book for themselves. I mean, the books, especially the paperbacks, are not as expensive as they used to be anymore. I can go out and get a copy of a Ernest Hemingway novel for less than $5 or $6 nowadays.
It's not just libraries and stuff that have had books pulled off the shelves. Like book dealerships and bookstores have had to pull those books from the shelves too.
Mm. Yeah, I was not aware of that.
Wasn't there some article recently about the head librarian for the Library of Congress was fired for providing minors with banned books?
I don't know. I hadn't heard about this.
I can look it up, but I seem to remember there was an article that the head librarian of the Library of Congress, which
Oh shit.
the sole purpose of the Library of Congress is to keep 2 copies of every printed book, and they're not available for loan.
Huh.
And this person was supposedly fired for providing banned books to minors.
Yeah, Lisa down in the chat says that she was fired, and I didn't think that they gave a reason. Okay. Thank you, Lisa. Colm, I see you down there in the chat. Come up here. We're talking about being in the worst timeline. Currently on the subject of what it means to ban books. Dwayne, do you remember a time in history when books were banned, pulled off the shelves, made a crime?
Within my own lifetime,
No, just within the last 100 years.
I just like Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union.
Yeah. So what kind of message do you think people should kind of take to heart when books are being pulled off the shelves en masse?
I think most Americans are rather clueless about how similar they are, because most people tell you we're not the Nazis. We're doing the same things as the Nazis, but we're not the Nazis. We're doing it for better reasons than the Nazis were doing it.
Yeah.
Our own feeling of superiority basically blinds people to, if you do what the dictators do, that makes you similar to the dictators. And most Americans can't fathom like America turning into a dictatorship. I mean, how many accounts get shut down on TikTok because they're too liberal? I mean, accounts have been shut down within the past few days because they're liberal and the conservatives don't like them. So conservatives mass report them, get them shut down. But, we know that if the liberals did it to the conservatives, they'd be, storming the gates with pitchforks and torches. It's always different when we do it. It's like the difference between ethnic cleansing and genocide. They're basically the same thing. But the ethnic cleansing. The term was invented during the Bosnian War because the Serbs and the Croats were mass murdering Bosnian Muslims, but no one wanted to admit that Christians could commit genocide against Muslims. So they invented the term ethnic cleansing, which doesn't sound as bad, even though it's the exact same thing.
It is the exact same thing. And yes, we are doing the exact same shit as the Nazis.
Mm.
All right. Thank you very much. TNT, you had dropped off to find some information. Teacup again. All right.
So I did find out that there is a listing that she was fired due to ideas on DEI policy and the number of explicit books in the library.
Explicit. Let me guess. They talked about relationships outside of heterosexual white Christian normatives.
Well, considering it is the Copyright Office,
Go figure.
every book in print.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
But I would point out that the Yahtzees, the NDSAP, they weren't the originators. The U.S. has been doing it the entire time. They copied the U.S. If you look at the indigenous industrial schools, kill the I word,
Correct.
make a man. Work will make you free. That comes from Carlyle.
It does indeed.
Hitler copied it.
Yeah. And I let people know pretty frequently that the Nazis didn't get their ideas from nowhere. It came from us. And by the way, just so you know, here on Interviewing Humanity, we call Nazis what they are. If I get banned for calling a Nazi, it was worth it.
Being that I am BIPOC and want to keep my account, they
Oh, your
banned me for
account.
saying certain words.
Your account won't get affected in my live. I'll get affected. I'll get shut down. You'll be fine. But I respect it either way. And honestly, if I get banned for saying Nazi, it was worth it. All right. TNT, you had left to get some information?
Oh, yeah, so apparently on the website there's this I can't even pronounce it right, but Strunin or whatever. It's basically an account where apparently supposedly this website violated contact policy and they want to contact the local bureaucrats and whatnot. I just found it weird that this website is basically like kind of like a political website or whatnot gets kind of like a little flagging for violating contact policy and calling up some bureaucrats or something. I don't know. I wish I can just type this out and anything I will show you, but I'm sure when I leave TikTok it cuts the audio a little bit, but I can hear you guys.
Are you looking it up on your phone or on a laptop?
My phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, after the live, go ahead and message me the name of that website.
Okay, so alright, so I messaged you, okay. It
Okay.
kind of like pops on the screen, except it's real weird.
Okay. Thank you all very much. So next we're going to talk about the tycoons and the tyrant behind all of this. So first I'm going to talk about the man who once wrote that freedom and democracy are incompatible. The man's name is Peter Thiel, and he's one of the most quietly dangerous architects of modern fascism. Thiel co-founded PayPal and launched Palantir and was an early investor in Facebook, but he didn't just want to shape technology, he wanted to shape civilization. He believes in techno-feudalism, which is a world where elites live above consequences, laws are outdated, and strong men rule by force or by code. He funds right-wing candidates across the U.S., not because he believes in them, but because he believes in him. J.D. Vance, Blake Masters, people who've been groomed by Thiel to burn the system down and replace it with something far worse. Thiel has poured money into anti-democratic political movements, surveillance software for ICE, law enforcement, and military ops, conservative media platforms like Rumble, and Substack. Substack is a conservative media platform. Interesting. Seasteading experiments, which are libertarian islands without laws or taxes. And he's funded lawsuits to silence journalism. He personally bankrupted Gawker Media. It's not just a tech bro gone rogue. Thiel is a warlord with an MBA, dreaming of a world where the rich float above the poor, both literally and metaphorically. And the most dangerous part is that he stays out of the spotlight because his power works best. Go ahead.
Is he the one who had the Dark Enlightenment idea?
Yes, well, kind of. It was he got his ideas from Curtis Yarvin.
Yeah, like Curtis Yardman and Peter Thiel stole that from a guy named Nick Land, which before he went to his like crazy capitalist whatever, he was just some sort of communist guy that was like more talking about a more realistic version of a communist future and everything. And then apparently after he went to like the crazy capitalist road, Nick Land, Curtis and Peter Thiel was like one of the teachers of it, and so he took it, and so they took it as like meaning the rich getting powerful and anything. I just suggest you just look it up for yourself, but that's basically what where the Dark Enlightenment came from. But in reality, they're more talking about counter enlightenment, which is again from 1800. I don't know.
Thank you very much, TNT. Now, let's address the circus peanut in the room. Donald Trump. Too many people still believe that Trump is some kind of master strategist or a populist rebel against the elite. Hold on, let me finish. He's not.
Okay.
He's the chaos avatar, a front man, a useful idiot, a gilded battering ram. While Thiel, Heritage, and Wall Street rewrite the rules and restructure the state, Trump throws tantrums in front of the camera, dominates the news cycle, and fractures public attention. Under Donald Trump, the rich have gotten richer, the police have gotten deadlier, fascist movements have been emboldened, surveillance and incarceration systems have been supercharged, the Heritage Foundation has gained access to policy making, Peter Thiel's companies have embedded deeper into federal operations. He didn't fight the swamp like he said he was going to. He pumped the septic tank into our drinking water. But his real value wasn't policy. It's performance. He has made people feel like someone was finally, quote, saying the quiet part out loud, which I'm sure you've all heard so many times. He gave permission for cruelty, racism, and conspiracy to become mainstream dinner conversations. And most importantly, he taught a generation of fascists how to play dumb while staging a coup. Thiel and Trump represent two heads of the same monster, one strategic and silent, the other loud and lethal. Together, they foreshadow a future called techno-feudalism, where corporations don't lobby government, they replace it, where your digital identity is policed by AI and your rights depend on which platform owns your data, where dissent is algorithmically silenced, where borders are managed by facial recognition, and protest is labeled as cyber threat. It's not theoretical. Thiel's Palantir contracts with ICE, the military, and predictive policing programs. Trump's allies propose loyalty tests for civil servants, purging anyone deemed woke. Silicon Valley now runs education, healthcare, housing, and elections with no accountability. It's not about left and right. It's not about left versus right. This is a war of up versus down. And they're building a society where the rich don't just rule, they replace entire systems of democracy with corporate code. And if we let this continue, there won't be a government left to vote for or protest against. There will only be brands, and you will be a subscription. Dwayne, do you think billionaires should be allowed to influence elections through private money? Why or why not?
I think that I always think that the views of the majority should matter more, regardless of how much money you want to pump into the system. Unfortunately, politicians listen to billionaires more than they listen to a crowd of people. because our politicians know that the people are afraid of the government and not the other way around.
And what do you think happens when we mistake loud politicians for being the one in power and ignore the fact that quiet billionaires are behind the curtain funding everything?
I think something. I think most people are aware that the words of the individual mean
Bless you.
bless you mean
Thank you.
little in American politics anymore. I mean, the farmers being put out of business know that the big landowner is going to come along and snatch up their family farm, and that the politicians are really going to help them do it. We'll even send the police, the sheriffs, and even the military to take your home away from you. I don't think it's something that people in general are unaware of anymore.
Thank you, Dwayne. Laz, do you think billionaires should be allowed to influence elections through private money? Why or why not? Welcome in, Alpha.
I think that we need to completely reverse Citizens United. I think that it was one of the worst decisions in the last 50 years. The idea of allowing corporate money as a form of speech takes away the voice of the people.
I would agree. Alpha, welcome in. Do you think that billionaires should be allowed to influence elections through private money? No? Why not?
don't. I feel like if you want to be put in a position of power like that, you should be able to do so on your own merit.
Okay.
Like I don't really know much about the process in general, but your ability to procure those funds for yourself and use them accordingly should play a big factor in it.
Okay.
That's not saying that someone who's rich should be able to come in and do it all on their own. I'm saying if you are coming in from a place of like heavy financial backing, you should have to start at the ground level with everybody else and build up your own shit to go towards that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how the process works. That's just
You-
my opinion of it.
Usually through super wealthy lobbyists. Thank you very much, Mira.
Backing.
Yeah, TNT, do you think that billionaires should be allowed to influence elections through private money? Why or why not?
No. Why not? What say does them give them right? I mean, that's the people itself. Like, why would a few individuals, like, because they have the most money, like, in most cases, billionaires don't have the highest of intelligence. They even say them themselves. So why would we give a few of the select people that A, probably are not very smart, and B, only use policies to affect them? But like, how can I vote for someone that can make me richer and make me more powerful? Oh, I don't know. Maybe I can have this far right clown guy backing me up while I'm just secretly collecting more money and stuff like that. I don't know. It's just like why the only reason they're not here to help out other people. They're not here to like give out the money to help out poor or anything. They're just here. The only reason they vote and the reason why they have the power to vote is so they can collect more and more cash.
Thank you very much, TNT. Laz, have you ever felt like tech companies know too much about your life?
Well, considering that I have read the Snowden files, you know what? There's too many people that don't know about that. Yeah, Snowden exposed Meta, which at that point was Facebook, for working directly with the NSA to test facial recognition software, accessing cameras and microphones on people's devices without their knowledge or permission, and used pictures of women and minors in various stages of undress as inter-office currency. So when you're talking about tech companies knowing too much, oh, they definitely do. People should research just how much metadata apps like Facebook Messenger actually provide. The fact that Facebook knows your tax information and your medical history, that should not be a thing.
I would agree. And who is in charge of your digital identity?
Multiple companies.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Laz. Alpha, what do you think happens when we mistake loud politicians for being the people in power and ignore the quiet billionaires behind the curtain funding everything?
Explain the question a little bit.
So today's episode is about how the ultra rich are the ones directly responsible for pushing legislation in this country and in countries around the world, and not voters, not politicians, just billionaire lobbyists. So my question, what do you think happens in the long run when we mistake a loud politician for being the person in charge and don't give credit to the, well, not credit, but don't give acknowledgement to the billionaires who are behind them funding their every move?
Well, power is influence, and influence is power. So I feel like if we ignore them completely, we're going to be blindsided by a lot of things. We're not going to know the direction of what we're voting for. We're not going to understand what a lot of the things that are being put in these bills mean. And we're going to be confused when the other shoe drops because of it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you very much. TNT. What do you think happens when you mistake a loud politician for being the one in power and ignore the billionaires that are funding them?
I think you just get like a very much a black and white worldview. Like you think, oh, we just like give you this illusion of like, oh, we stopped the evil monster, but the evil monster is like right behind the one that's like more loud and everything. And basically it's a very good shield for the real people that are in charge and the real people that are doing that. And it can be very easily scary that for them to get away with, and for them to do this other thing. It could be far right crazy people like Trump, or it could be center right Democratic people like, I don't know, whatever the Democrats are doing right now.
Sitting on their thumbs.
Basically, they can create a hero and they can create a villain when necessary to use as behind the shield. And what gives these people a false hope But in actuality, they need to look beyond words than just this presidential camp. You know.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Dwayne, are you back? I'm going to assume that's a no. Oh, there you are. So Dwayne, do you think that billionaires should be allowed to influence elections through private money?
No, I think I answered this question already. But I mean, I always believe that the voice of the majority should count more than the word of any one person, regardless of how much money that person has. I know people justify it by saying, well, the rich person has more to lose if the company fails because he's going to lose his money, his property, and everything he's worked for his whole life. But on the other hand, what's the needs of, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one, right? So I don't think that I don't think that the wealthy should have a disproportionate say in how our government's run. I mean, certain industries are hard to write legislation for when the politicians writing the legislation don't know anything about it, like the oil and gas industry, for example, or banking or stocks. But on the other hand, certain things are just black and white. Should poor children be provided the resources that they could receive proper nutrition when they're in school during the day? Or whether or not a woman should have the right to determine whether or not she wants to bear a child or not. I don't care how much money you have the right to determine, if a woman on the other side of the country who couldn't afford to raise, let alone give birth to another child, whether or not that woman should be forced to do so or not.
Okay. Thank you very much, buddy. Diva, I see you down there. Get up here. There you are. Yoink. Hello, Diva.
Hello.
How are you, honey?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm okay. Getting through the episode. I have a question for you.
Okay.
Do you think billionaires should be allowed to influence elections through private money?
No.
Why not?
Oh, God. Can we go to someone else so I can formulate an actual...
Yeah, I mean, I've already gone to everybody else, but yeah, we totally can.
Like, he speaks way better than me, all right? I understand.
Pronouns are they, them. Thank you, though.
I can try and buy some time for formulating.
Go ahead, Les.
That by mentioning that in your list of Peter Thiel, I would add Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon was heavily influential, especially within the 2016 election cycle. And as a self-professed Bolshevik in a country that rails against communism, no one took notice. The circus show that was going on at the time took away from the fact that people were literally voting for their own downfall. When you have a man who told a reporter, "I want to watch America burn," and that's who they followed.
Sorry.
I thought I was the only one that was allowed to do that.
Oh, God.
God, ask the question again.
Okay. Do you think that billionaires should be allowed to influence elections through private money?
No. And are we bringing up specific individuals that are prevalent in the current timeline that we're in?
Peter Thiel and, the
George
Koch brothers.
Soros.
George Soros. Yeah, all of them.
Yeah, I definitely think that, well, I can definitely say for an example, someone that hails from Michigan. I live on the eastern side of Michigan, but I lived on the western side for about 4 years, and the DeVos family is extremely influential in their own ways with their money, their greed, and their own politics. The way that Betsy DeVos, who has absolutely no educational background, she does not have any degree in educational background or anything early childhood development, any of that nature. Has never gone to school for it and got a 51-50 tied vote because Mike Pence broke it. And I do believe that she was influential and instrumental in getting into office to spew her rich antics all over the place. I can recall several times that I have been in the same room with that woman, and all she does, even now, is just tout how much money she has and where she's from, who her family is. I mean, they own a giant convention hall that literally swallows downtown Grand Rapids whole. You can see it from the highway. But this is just going from, well, she was education secretary. And it was a tie-breaking vote, and that's what told me that they're lining their pockets. She's lining her pockets right now. I mean, it's so abhorrent to me and asinine that this woman can walk around with her head held high and think that she has any sort of empathy for anyone that's struggling in inner city schools. People are the educational system, especially in Detroit, when they're crying out for supplies, books, even pencils, because they're running out of resources, and she has no what's the word I'm looking, regard for anyone else but herself. She has stated very fervently, and she's stood on business with her, not in a good way. She's for charter schools and private schools. And I believe that she lives in a fallacy. She lives in a constructed world of wealth and ignorance. And there is no way else to see that because money blinds her. And the fact that that woman even got into public office, given the fact that she is from a predominant family that literally swallows the state of Michigan with their wealth, is mind-boggling to me. And the fact that I've watched several press conferences with this insufferable human being. And the things that she says, like when you ask her a question, what would you do for reform for K through 12? What would you bring to the table? Do you have any ways of bringing in supplies to inner city schools, doing that? She had no response because she didn't know how to answer the question. And when you bring people into office that don't know what they're doing, and it's just influenced by the dollar, that's all they look at. They can't answer a straightforward question. I would rather have someone that is a teacher, that knows their students, that knows their community, and would apply for that high position in office. Someone that actually has spent 15, 20, 30 plus years in the halls of a school and knows how it is to teach, and knows how it is to give back to a community, knows how it is to just have that sense of community and that sense of loving other people. You cannot bring someone into office that has absolutely no idea about educational reform or any of that. And I don't even have a background in that, but I know my community and the people that are around me, and she had absolutely no idea what she was doing. I'm sorry, I'm monologuing, but that's the best example of someone that I can think of that was influenced by money that was brought into public office.
That's perfect. That's fucking perfect. Thank you so much. Hold on, one second. Amy, welcome into the room. Thank you very much for coming. I'll have a question for you after Laz is done saying the piece.
Okay. Hi.
So I was just going to say, there's also the elephant in the room of Elon Musk telling Congress to remove the funding for children's cancer research. The push to switch contracts for the U.S. military from Verizon to Starlink, which with a single keystroke could cripple the entire communication system of the U.S. military.
Thank you very much. Amy, you posted a mean video. What's that all about?
It's so funny though. I just made a video that's like side by side comparisons of like Sydney Sweeney and the most inbred family in America.
Ah. Okay.
And then I changed that ad that says she has good genes or great genes to she has great inbreeding.
Oh, wow. Diva, don't you dare. Don't you leave. We're almost at the end of the episode. Amy, so what do you think happens when we mistake loud politicians for being the people in power and ignore the quiet billionaires behind the curtain?
I think we end up like in situations where we're at right now, where like a few people are able to quietly consolidate power and essentially like, do things like buy elections and take over the country.
Absolutely. And thank you very much. So I'm going to move on to segment 5, and this is the final segment before the end of the episode. And this is about how to stop this machine today. So the machine was built through control, centralized, opaque, and hierarchical. To stop it, we have to move in the opposite direction. That means tearing ourselves away from the monopolies, the data farms, the networks of dependency, and embrace a decentralized way of being, not just in theory, but in function. Information has to flow in the hands of the people again, not filtered through corporate algorithms or state-controlled media. That means returning to direct conversations, independent journalism, community-based signal boosting, and encrypted communications. It means organizing in circles and not in pyramids, autonomous collectives, neighborhood pods, affinity groups who act without waiting for the approval from anyone in power. The economy has to shift from their extractive chaos to something built on survival and reciprocity. That's not some utopian dream either. That's a return to what communities have always done when left alone. Share, barter, trade, support each other. When we build worker-owned spaces, tool lending, libraries, and time banks, when we offer each other services and care without middlemen, we starve the system that is bleeding us dry. Every time we refuse to let a billionaire profit off of our rent or our data, our misery, we take a brick out of their empire. But stopping the machine doesn't mean standing still in the rubble. It means building right there, on the edge of collapse. The most powerful weapon we have is mutual aid. Not charity, not handouts, but reciprocal care with no strings attached. That's meals shared under freeway bridges, medics on the front lines of protests, free fridges on the block, healing spaces organized by those who were never supposed to survive it. It's about reclaiming the right to exist with dignity, together, and on our own terms. Land has to be taken back, not bought, but liberated. That means squatting, community land trusts, indigenous stewardship, and neighborhood defense. Housing has to be protected and defended, occupied if necessary, shielded from eviction, and open to those who've been abandoned. Food has to be freed from the chains of profit, grown in your yard, or in vacant lots and in containers and distributed through solidarity and not price tags. Healthcare has to become collective through street medics, harm reduction supplies, herbalists, disability-led systems of survival. Education has to escape the propaganda machine in zines, radical libraries, teach-ins, and the stories that we pass down when they try to erase our truths. The real reason most people don't fight back is not apathy. It's paralysis. Straight up. It's the feeling that the machine is too big, or the problem's too tangled, or that the odds are too steep. But we're not supposed to do this alone. We begin by grounding ourselves where we are, with the people around us. The needs in front of us. We choose one place to focus, we connect with those already doing the work, and we tell the stories that don't make it to the news. Refuse to comply with cruelty. Learn, act, repeat. This isn't about being perfect, it's about being persistent. It's about remembering that no matter how many cameras they aim, or how many policies they draft, or how many cages they build, none of it works if we don't participate. None of it stands if we walk away from it. The moment we stop being spectators, stop being consumers, stop waiting for permission, and start being co-conspirators, the machine begins to seize up, begins to sputter, and it begins to fail. Not someday, today. Mira, what's one basic need in your community that people struggle to access?
Security.
Okay. And how could that be met outside of government or corporate systems?
Neighborhood watches. That's like the biggest one. Just a feeling of safety in the community. A community that's not so divided would be a great improvement. I know mothers who bring their children to our bus stop in containers and grocery haulers just so they can hide them easier.
Yeah.
And that's a terrible world to live in.
It is indeed. Thank you, Mira. Dwayne,
Yeah.
what's a basic need in your community that people struggle to access?
Being able to live your life without having to worry about getting your bills paid, like your rent.
Yeah. And how do you think that need could be met outside of government or corporate systems?
Well, I really have to give some thought to that because I really don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Think about it. Laz, what's one basic need in your community that people struggle to access?
Identity.
And how do you think that could be met outside of government or corporate systems?
Punchayatsi.
Punch a Yahtzee. Oh yeah, absolutely.
They're making laws against our identity as individuals who are trans to take away our freedom of expression. That is Yahtzee BS. Punch a Yahtzee.
Absolutely. 100%. It's always okay to punch a Nazi. Thank you very much, Laz. TNT, what's one basic need in your community that people struggle to access? TNT? Are you there, buddy?
Hold on.
Oh, there you are.
Is this working now?
It is now.
Okay. A job where people like to work at.
And how do you think that could be accessed outside of government or corporate systems?
I don't know.
I don't know is a good answer. Thank you very much. Amy, what's one need in your community that people struggle to access?
Housing is a big one. It's pretty expensive here.
And how do you think that could be met outside of government or corporate systems?
I think there's like a lot of different ways. One thing like the immediate neighborhood that I'm in has done is made it so that short-term rentals like Airbnb are not allowed in the community. So, and you can actually be fined if you use your house as an Airbnb. So I think things like that, where like neighborhoods, cities getting together and basically making it so that Airbnb and stuff can't happen. It has to be like owner or long-term rental occupied. That would make a huge difference.
Okay. And what do you mean inactivity? I'm right here. Jesus fucking Christ. No, you can't have solutions-based activism. Not allowed. Okay. Mira, what's one fear that keeps people from acting, and what might it look like to move through that fear collectively?
I think I live in a predominantly Hispanic community at the moment. So I think the biggest fear they have right now is their safety, you know, their stability, their homes, their families.
Yeah.
And it's a completely rational, understandable fear in the world we live in.
It is.
And I'm not really sure the best way to proceed because of, you know, the type of fear that is, that primal survival fear.
Yeah. And what do you think it would look like to move through that fear collectively?
I think in an ideal world where I can guarantee everyone's safety, a march or a protest or something of that sort to have voices heard and people understood would be a beautiful thing. But I know our reality.
It's an emergency.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mira. Dwayne, what's one fear that keeps people from acting, and what might it look like to move through that fear collectively?
Fear of people more powerful than yourselves deciding they didn't like what they heard out of your mouth.
And what do you think it would look like to move through that fear collectively?
I think the important thing is that even wealthy people are afraid of getting a bad reputation in the community. You know, like car companies, for example, they were like when I think there was a car developed years ago that when it was struck in an accident, it would explode and burn. And the corporation was so afraid of the word of that getting out to the general public that they suppressed it. You know, and tobacco companies faking research that smoking doesn't cause cancer. So I think when someone has spoken out and the wealthy or powerful lash out at them, and basically to name and shame those people, this person is suppressing a dissenting voice somehow, you know, because the legal system is a big weapon for the wealthy and the powerful. You know, lawsuits, people are afraid of being sued for something they said, even if it was true. I uncovered a person running a scam, and I exposed him as a scammer, and he sicked his lawyer on me to try to shut me up. And I responded to that by giving his letter to people who could potentially have, you know, more powerful people than himself to sue him or put him in prison. And after that, he let me alone. Because evil people don't want it to be known that they're evil. You know, they don't want people to think that they're bad. And that's something that is a readily available weapon to many.
I like that answer. Thank you very much, Dwayne. Laz, what's one fear that keeps people from acting, and what might it look like to move through that fear collectively?
One of the fears that a lot of people face is losing what little they have. For example, if we took the idea of activism to hit him in the pocket, Um, every essential worker refusing to go to work for 2 weeks would completely cripple the billionaire economy. It would throw the cog into a complete tailspin. But because people are so dependent on paycheck to paycheck, they couldn't afford their housing. They would lose the roof over their kid's head. And that is by design. The American people have been kept in intentional impoverishment as a means of control.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have. Thank you, Laz. TNT, what's one fear that keeps people from acting, and what might it look like to move through that fear collectively?
I just want to say something real quick before I
Go
answer
ahead.
you. I like your cat avatar, Sludge.
Thank you.
The same thing what he had. I feel like people are just afraid that, you know, if they mess up or if they do something wrong, they lose their job, they lose their home, they lose their money, you know, and they have to be homeless. I think that's one of the biggest fears is being homeless and jobless. And I think the best way we can kind of come up with it collectively is that we kind of move past that, you know, and just kind of accept that and just more come up with strategy and planning as a group, and with that mindset I think we can get across with many things, kind of like the Democratic Confederates or whatever they're called, Zappas or whatever, I don't know.
Zapatistas?
Yes, thank you. Like those people.
That's a very valid point. Something I've mentioned a few times on this show. Thank you very much, TNT. Amy, what's one fear that keeps people from acting, and what might it look like to move through that fear collectively?
I think it's like other people have mentioned, it's a loss of stability or housing, food. I think to move through it collectively, we have to take care of each other. And like we could do things like if enough people didn't pay their mortgage, like how are the banks gonna repo everyone's house, right? Like if we move as a collective and take collective action and also build parallel systems to take care of each other, then we'll have some protection and I think people would feel safer.
I agree. And thank you all very much. So, here we are. We've traced the outlines of the monster. Not one head, but many. Not one villain, but a syndicate of silence. A feedback loop of power, data, profit, and violence, all wired into the heart of a system that pretends to be neutral, fair, and democratic. We've seen how Palantir monitors the masses, GEO Group cages the vulnerable, BlackRock and Vanguard colonize the economy, and the Heritage Foundation scripts the erasure of rights. All while Peter Thiel bankrolls the new age of digital fascism from behind mirrored glass, and Donald Trump bludgeons the public mind into chaos and confusion. All as a smokescreen for a hostile takeover decades in the making. This isn't just a series of unfortunate events. This is a design. It was designed this way. And you were never meant to win it. You were meant to work, to consume, to comply, to fight with your neighbor while billionaires consolidate control, to scroll endlessly while housing disappears, to vote every few years between two options funded by the same donors, to fear your neighbors, your future, your government, but never the men pulling the levers behind it all. They built a reality where you are always too tired, too broke, too overwhelmed to do anything but survive, and they call that freedom. And yet, despite all of it, here you are, watching, listening, waking up, refusing to pretend that it's fine, and that's what terrifies them the most. See, power doesn't fear violence. It fears visibility. It fears that you'll name the machine, that you'll realize the house is rigged and decide to play a different game. It fears that you'll stop looking across the aisle and start looking up. Because once you understand that BlackRock owns both the factory and the foreclosure, once you see that Palantir is tracking the same people GEO profits from imprisoning, once you realize that Trump is just the hood ornament on a death machine engineered by think tanks and funded by tech overlords, you start to understand that the whole thing is rot, not broken, but functioning exactly as it's designed. And once you know that, you have a choice. You can look away, or you can fight like hell. But fighting doesn't always mean fists. Doesn't mean waiting for the perfect moment or the perfect words or the perfect revolution. It means showing up anyways. It means checking on your neighbors. It means feeding people who the state won't. It means building community defense against evictions, sweeps, and raids. Creating a world where no one is disposable. Not in jails, not in algorithms, not in housing, not in health. It means recognizing that your fight is not separate from anyone else's. That resisting environmental destruction is tied to resisting BlackRock. That stopping gentrification is tied to resisting invitation homes. That defending immigrants is tied to resisting Palantir and ICE. That unlearning nationalism is tied to dismantling the Heritage Foundation. And that turning off the circus of Trump is how we start hearing one another again. This timeline that we're trapped in, the worst version of the future, it isn't set in stone. It's maintained by habit, by distraction, and by design. But designs can be redrawn. We can remember how to plan, how to care, how to rebel, and how to build. We can rip the guts of the machine and feed them to the gardens we grow in the ruins. We can turn every surveillance camera into a mirror, every eviction notice into an occupation, every law of control into an act of defiance. The world we deserve is already possible, but it will not be handed to us. We have to take it back. From the hands of billionaires, from the mouths of politicians, from the claws of algorithms and the lies of think tanks and the walls of detention centers and the teeth of the landlords and the drones in the sky and the lies in the textbooks and the rot behind the flags. We take it back by acting like it already belongs to us and by refusing to be afraid of what comes next. Because what comes next, if we do this together, could be the most beautiful thing anybody's ever seen. And we deserve it. Thank you for joining me on another episode of Interviewing Humanity. I've been Sludge Knuckle. You've been amazing. To tonight's guests, your courage, your curiosity, and your honesty are the lifeblood of this show. Thank you for speaking up and for asking hard questions and for daring to think beyond the scripts that we've been handed. To everyone listening, if you've learned something tonight, teach it. If you felt something tonight, carry it. And if you're ready to act, find someone near you and start. I'm going to open the floor, so let's talk, let's connect, and decide what kind of timeline we want to live in and what we're willing to do to build it. Because this one here, it doesn't get better unless we make it get better. Panel's open. Let's talk.
Sludge, how do I contact you?
You can DM me here. You can connect with me on Discord at Sludge Knuckle or at Interviewing Humanity. Yeah.
Okay, I think so like on like TikTok message, whatever it is.
Yeah, you just message my account.
Okay. Just want to know.
Yeah, no worries, bud.
Okay.
I just did some quick math here.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at 6% growth on $400 billion, which is what Elon Musk is currently being valued at.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah. So he's making $33 billion a year off that 6%. He will double that 400 billion in 12 years.
You know, I got a chance to ask that man if he prefers dry rub or barbecue sauce, and they banned my account for a month. Welcome in, Justin.
God, I just realized. I hope my account doesn't get bananaed.
To be fair, I spent an entire month exposing everything that I could find about that man, and he messaged me directly. And then, I made that comment or asked him that question if he prefers dry rub or barbecue sauce. And then he asked me if I was on the West Coast, and I told him I was going to be in his worst nightmares, and I got banned.
Oh my god, that's worth it though.
Yeah, it was. It was totally worth it. Justin, welcome in.
Hey, how's it going?
I can barely hear you over there, buddy.
Oh, I might have a delay.
Ah, there
Is
you
that
are.
better?
That is much
Okay.
better.
I have been significantly better.
Yeah, I saw that comment about your mother. I'm really sorry about your loss, bud.
Thanks. The downside is now we have to deal with the trust, life insurance policies, retirement accounts, and guess who immediately decided to show up at my door today?
Taxman.
Yep, the IRS showed up and said, "Hi, can we have a conversation with you?" And I looked at them like, "My mother died on Monday. I'm not talking to you." And I slammed the door shut.
Good answer.
Your
Good answer.
Your voice sounds extremely familiar.
Yeah, I'm friends with Morgan, Laz. You know who I am.
Okay.
So, just going to throw this out there, and it might be a little insensitive, but I think that anytime the taxman shows up at your door, you should always use that response.
I mean, yeah.
Even if you don't start off with the words that you said, at the very least, slam the door in their face.
Well, my aunt used to work for the IRS, and she said the IRS will not send an agent to your house very often. Most of the time, they'll just send you a letter and then tell you what they're going to do. So when an agent shows up, I'm like, no, you're not. You're not with the IRS.
Why would they send an agent to your house?
Yeah, they have permission right now to like go into your account, make up a number, and just take whatever they want out of it. They don't need to go to your house.
Huh.
Yeah, my aunt told me that. She said if you don't pay your taxes, the IRS can make up a number.
That's disgusting.
Well, welcome to the International Revenue Service, where your money is theirs, and their money is theirs, and your neighbor money is theirs, and fuck you, you thought you had a life.
Yeah. Yeah, that is another fucking cog in this system.
You just should throw them out the window like Happy Gilmore style.
Right. God, that is insane. They can just make up a number and take it out of your account, huh?
Yep.
Wow. Why aren't people burning shit to the ground right now?
I mistook them for a house invader because there are too many people impersonating agents and law enforcement these days.
You know,
Yep.
that is definitely, yeah, absolutely. And since the federal law enforcement and local law enforcement have been given permission to enter anybody's home without a warrant within 100 miles of a port or an airport or a border, and have also been given permission to use lethal force if necessary without any repercussions, and have also been given permission to arrest and or institutionalize you for being poor, disabled, mentally ill, or addicted. I think anybody and everybody should consider anybody wearing a uniform that is a federal enforcement uniform of any kind should definitely consider that person to be a home invader.
Impersonating.
Yes.
Because how many have we seen walking around on the streets wearing masks, impersonating federal agents?
Yeah.
Because there's a law that they are not allowed to wear masks.
Yeah, they don't care.
Exactly.
Yeah, they don't have to care.
So
The diaper tyrant,
So,
as
yeah,
last put it, has given them permission.
So yeah, the fact that they are wearing masks, they cannot break the law and enforce the law at the same time. At that point, they are impersonating an agent.
Well, there's a 34-time felon directing what the law is, so
It's actually a felony to be armed and wear a mask in the state I reside in.
it's a felony in most states, actually.
So, can we do citizens arrest?
Unfortunately, no, because they have guns.
But what if ours are bigger?
Use them.
Hey, I just want to tell you a funny story.
Absolutely.
Well, actually, not that funny, but this is a story and everything, and it kind of gets me a question. So I tried to introduce my grandmother to anarchism one time. I just gave her like a simple, like, deal and everything, and she told me, "How you gonna deal with all the pedos and psychopaths?" And that gives me a curious question. How do we deal with that anyway?
They would be ostracized out of the society because the entirety of anarchism is living in harmony with your surroundings, with your society that you live in. Self-government, self-rule. So individuals like that would be violating the individual rights, the human rights of another person, and would not be permitted within that society.
All right. What about you, Sludge? Do you got an answer?
What was your question? I'm sorry, I was distracted for a moment.
My question is, I had a grandmother that I showed her like anarchism, and then she reacted to like, how do we deal with pedophiles and psychopaths, whatnot.
Well, first we would have to be able to diagnose whether or not someone was a psychopath. On the other subject there, I believe that there are some folks on this planet whose only job, which they can be put to work at almost immediately, is being fucking compost.
You mean like unalive?
Well, I believe that if someone has a predilection to harm children, they are good for one thing and one thing only, and that is feeding flowers.
Amen, brother. I mean, I don't know.
Fam works just fine, bud.
Amen, fam. Amen, fam.
So you know, we should advocate for seizing all church land.
Absolutely.
And that going to the community.
Yep.
Because Abel and Harlow did a study to find 94% of those offenders are highly religious Christian.
Yeah. Julie, you did a great job. Thank you for being here. Yeah, no, it's a real thing. There's a direct correlation between hyper religiosity and a predilection for offenses of an sexual nature.
So yeah, we know who's doing it. We know where it's being done. And those are the very same people that want to point where it happens the least by people who don't actually do it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's called projection. And usually the ones who are committing an atrocity are the ones being the loudest about it. Did I say that correctly? Usually the ones being the loudest about an atrocity are the ones committing it. Yeah.
There's that whole saying, methinks thou doth protest too much.
Yep, absolutely. Oh my god, that's a cat. Cat tax. Hold on. Make me look big.
I already done it. There we go.
Get the cat!
Let me go see.
This is Caesar. This is my mom's cat.
Oh, she's so cute. I mean,
I did see one earlier.
He's heartbroken right now.
Yeah, I bet.
My mother was the love of his life, and he was the love of hers. This is my stepfather, basically.
How old is that cat?
13.
Oh no.
Yeah, he an old man. He a grumpy old man. I tell him all the time he's a grumpy old man. The grumpy old man, but there it is.
Yeah. That's gonna be really hard.
Nope. I'm able to pay the cat tax at this time. None of the
That's okay.
strays are currently
That's okay.
walking.
Yeah.
Caesar is paying it for everybody.
He looks
Whoop.
really healthy,
Careful.
which means that she took a really good care of him. Does he sleep with
Yeah.
you?
Well, believe it. Oh, now he does. He didn't before, but now he does.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, he still has black fur, even at 13.
His whole life. And one day just kind of crawled underneath a cabinet and didn't come out.
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah. Poor puppies.
He's
I'm
stumping
so
his tail
sorry.
at us. He's here. They say they're sorry for you, Caesar.
Yeah, I'd give you all the love and fish snacks in the world if I could.
You hear that? No.
But yeah, Justin, speaking of Morgan, they're the one that sent me the invite into here a couple days ago.
I appreciate that they did.
Yeah, no, I just was scrolling through, saw that Morgan was in here, and then followed them in.
Yeah. Morgan's cool.
Wait, Morgan's in here?
No.
No, Morgan's not in here right now. They were in here on a different day.
However, go ahead and feel free to invite Morgan. They might be really tired because they just got done moving.
I did.
Oh,
I sent them an invite probably an hour ago.
yeah. That is disgusting.
Yeah.
All the more reason to keep your children away from churches.
Right.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I thought it came up in the context of abolition. Is that?
No.
Somebody was asking about anarchy
Oh,
and
yeah.
how in a true anarchist society that would be dealt with.
Okay,
Yeah.
there are some resources about abolition that talk about that. And like one of the things that they frequently point out is that like less than 2.5% of offenders are ever incarcerated.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically like the big bad boogeyman that they use to keep perpetuating the prison industrial complex.
Mm-hmm.
And the second most common complaint against police is SA.
Mm-hmm.
So like abolishing them would,
Yeah. It's almost
take away
like
some protection for offender.
it's almost like the system and the religious doctrine that backs it all are the perpetrators of the worst things in the world. Huh.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
So, you know what the highest demographic for criminality is?
Hmm.
I would guess cishet white men.
Pretty damn close.
Is it rich
Christian.
white landowners?
Per capita? No. Per capita, cops.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
3%
Yeah.
a year.
Yeah. It's because they don't get held accountable. They have immunity. They don't get arrested.
3%
They
of
get
the
shuffled
cops
to a new
per
district.
year get arrested.
Yeah, most
No,
of
we're talking actual criminal cases.
Oh, okay.
To quote from my favorite rapper.
Illicit offenses, SA, domestic violence, etc. 3% of the force.
Yeah, I knew that they were the highest proponent of domestic violence in the country. I knew that much. I also knew that they were one of the larger numbers for SA in the country. I did not know that only 3% of them get arrested for their crimes.
Well, part of it has to do with how they're trained. The way police officers are trained, it's my grandfather was a Marine, used to say this. When you are trained to be a hammer, everything around you looks like a nail. And we train our police officers to be sledgehammers. And then we wonder why they act like jackasses.
Well,
Because
there's
that's
also
all
the
they're trained to
higher.
do.
Well,
There's also the hiring requirement that they have to have below average IQ.
Yeah, there's that too.
Statistically, it's been proven that if you have above a specific IQ, you do not take orders without questioning them, and they don't like that. What's that, Amy?
Jordan versus New Haven established precedents that as part of the hiring requirements, you have to have below average IQ, because anyone who is above average IQ is apt to get bored on the job, and it costs more to train a replacement.
well, I think too, like it's an inherently like violent hierarchical system, and so it's like what kind of people are going to be drawn to that?
Violent S offenders.
I mean, most of them can't pass a background check, so
Not for any other job, you're correct.
that's why they just don't do them. Apparently, like I didn't realize where I live in King County, they don't require background checks.
Uh-huh. Do you know that Washington State has one of the highest concentrations of S offenders in the country?
Yeah, it's egregious here. People think like, oh, it's a blue state and whatever. It's like the University of Washington uses the Seattle Police Department to research racism in policing. That's what I always tell people, because people think, oh, it's a liberal area. I'm like, it's not. Like
It's the most
I
heavily
don't know,
militarized
people's
state in the
definition of
country.
liberal isn't. Yeah.
Yep.
I think there's a difference between liberal and leftist.
Yeah, it's liberal.
Huge difference.
Washington is definitely a liberal state. Liberal is right of center.
I mean, there's a lot of conservatives here too, but
Mm-hmm.
sorry.
Yeah, you're correct.
I don't know.
Now, if you're talking about political spectrum, without looking at party, then yes, the left is more liberal in the idea of personal rights, in the idea of protecting the individual. But if you're talking about the Liberal Party, they are right. Not quite as right as MAGA, but they're right.
Oh yeah, I know. The Democrats are conservatives.
Hey, Amy, I got a question. Did you were you paying attention, I want to say like 10, 15 years ago when Washington State shut down, I want to say 34 city police departments?
No.
Oh, you ever notice how when you're driving through the smaller towns on your way up and down the I-5 or wherever it is you're at, you don't see a whole lot of city cops on their way to work, but you do see county sheriffs?
Yeah, or state patrol.
Mm-hmm. You want to know why that happened?
Yeah.
Because the Internal Affairs Department of Investigations came through and investigated all of the police departments in Washington State and found that they were implicit in a large and widespread trafficking and drug smuggling ring, and shut down almost all of the city police departments in Washington State and left it to the county sheriffs and state police. And it's really funny how it was really concentrated around I-5, yet for some reason stops right at the Oregon border.
Interesting. I don't know. When I was young, I lived in Kelso Longview area, which is kind of down by Portland. You probably know where it is.
Yeah, I know where that's at.
So my mom was a receptionist for the local police department, and they had such an issue with the cops essaying women that they started having her go out on calls. Like anytime there was a call and there was a woman that was calling and the woman was involved, they'd have her go with them
Yeah.
because they apparently just couldn't stop themselves. They had to be babysat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Which is why always and forever, till the day I am dead, most likely at the hands of a cop, I will say all cops are bastards. Yeehaw, fuck the law. Any involvement you have with a police officer against your fucking will is going to be a fight of life or death. Period.
To quote my favorite rap group, NWA, fuck the police.
Yeah.
From the underground.
Yeah, see, that's one of the greatest lines from some of the greatest poetic minds of our time. Fuck the police. Yeah.
I got out of jury duty. I don't know if I told you this, but like the one time I got called for jury duty, it took like less than 10 minutes for them to dismiss me because in my like thing that I filled out, they're like, do you tend to believe police or whatever? And I was like, a cab.
Mm-hmm.
See, I train in martial arts. I train with a lot of the cops in my area, and I'll be the first to say 90% of them cannot take a punch.
Yeah, no, they got glass jaws.
Yeah, one of them I made him throw up. It was funny.
Nice. Aliza, come on up. The episode's over. It's open discussion time.
So I've got one for you there, Sludge.
What's up, buddy?
See, I'm used to having to deal with these morons. You know, getting pulled over 28 times in a year for being the wrong demographic for the neighborhood. You get kind of used to it. But this one actually takes the cake. A couple of years ago, I was sitting out on the front stoop having a smoke, and a cop walks up and asks me, "Are you this name?" And I said, "No." And then he asked, "Do you know this person?" I'm like, "No." "Have you seen anybody running by recently?" I said, "No, I've been watching TikTok and having a cigarette." And I was like, "Do you even have a description of the person you're looking for?" "Yeah, this was supposed to be a 6-foot tall black man. That's their description." "Okay."
That's it? That's it. Just 6 foot and black. Okay.
Asking if I'm that person.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
The fuck?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it
That
definitely
is
goes to
so
show they have
funny.
to be below a certain IQ. A 5'2" and spicy.
Had another one when I was living in California who pulled me over and thought I
So
was
you're
on something.
saying that my
Decided
IQ is
to.
low?
Hi, love. Can I get hold on 1 second, Laz. Hi, love. Can I get your age, state, and
Oh, so you
pronouns,
weren't
please?
talking about me before I came up here and someone. Oh, okay. Never mind. Well, I'm 48 years old and I've been through shit and back again.
Oh, I'm
Any
sorry.
other questions?
Oh, what state are you in?
What state are you in?
Oregon.
Crazy. Oh, wonderful.
What about you?
Well, I can't wait to live in Oregon.
Yeah, it's a nice state.
I'm gonna hop off and go to bed because it's 11:59 here, and I've been crying for the past few days, so I'm tired. I'll
Okay,
talk to you
Justin.
later.
Take care, buddy.
Be safe, Justin.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah, love. We weren't talking about you directly, but I did see your comment about 5'2" and spicy.
Well, my ex-husband, his name was Justin, and he didn't ever cry over me. Amazing.
Okay.
Oh, Sludge, did you see the what I put in the Discord?
I believe I saw it earlier. Let me stop in there and take a look.
Because one of them was from one of your lives, that document that you had.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Put it into like a book.
Y'all don't
Oh,
have
yeah.
to talk in code. I could just leave.
I mean, you're not held hostage here. It's not talking in code. It's just asking if I had seen what she had posted in my Discord earlier. The answer is yes.
It's just an overview for like Revolution. So.
Mhm.
Revolution.
Yeah.
Gonna take over the world?
Nope.
No, just my neighborhood.
Good luck.
Well, luck is less needed when the entire neighborhood wants it. So.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, Pinky, it's time to take over the world.
Right, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Pinky in the brain.
That cartoon was ridiculous.
Actually, it's not.
It was. It was ridiculous as hell. I loved it.
Okay, but is it really that crazy to think that there's one person asking the other one that's supposed to be in charge of it? He's like, well, the same thing we do all of that. We just try to take over the world.
I mean, not necessarily. I think Peter Thiel's doing that right now.
I mean, it might be a little bit crazy to think that 2 laboratory mice were people, but
But they are, because that's what we are. That was the whole point of the whole show.
I can see that.
If you can't see it, something is wrong with you.
I mean, I like to equate people to people more than animals, but I do see the correlation between the idea of us being lab rats.
So if a human being makes a whole show about lab rats, it's about people. Correct?
I mean,
I
I
mean-
can kind of see that, especially with the amount of like pharmaceutical recalls. I
Absolutely.
can kind of see that.
Well, even with that, even if there wasn't anything, like everything that humans make that's ridiculous is all about people to get us to laugh at ourselves or rethink things.
well, and I would agree that it was definitely a critique.
It was a satire on human nature and what humans do to each other every single day. You must know this by now.
Well, I see systems of power doing things to people, and people who are too afraid of
I know you're trying to
loneliness.
make some money right now. So
I'm not trying to make money.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Prove it. Oh,
Okay.
believe it.
Look, you a troll account.
No, you all you had to say was that. Really? And you're like, yeah. I'm like, okay. Because you can't make money off of shit. This is
You're
all
right.
creative shit. Really upset with people that don't. Why are we even here if we can't even talk about it? We're so scared. Okay.
What are you
This
scared
is
of?
the first time that we've ever been able to creatively come together, and now we're being controlled by that. We're just so scared. We can't say anything.
What are you scared of? We don't censor ourselves
Why
here.
not? You know that. Don't play with me right now, sir.
We
You
don't
know what
censor
I mean.
ourselves here.
But
Not on this
TikTok
not on
does.
this part of TikTok.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, I say Nazi and shit all the time.
Oh, and no one jumps on your case or shuts you down? Of course I do.
I mean, if people want to shut me down about using the word Nazi, it just tells me where their ideology lies.
That just tells me everything. You're in a place where people support you and don't
Yeah.
tell on you.
No,
And
I've
they
had my account banned before.
now you're just contradicting yourself.
No,
What do you
I've had my account banned before, but that doesn't mean that I censor myself here.
Well, if you didn't have friends that supported you,
I
you
do.
wouldn't be up here at all.
That's
Like
not
this
entirely true.
minutes.
That's not entirely true.
Who is sweeping their floors right now? It's
Good
very
question.
distracting.
Good question.
Thank you.
Nope. I have to go play Wordle.
Ooh.
I just got the notification.
Okay.
Sounds really urgent.
Okay. Well, have fun and good luck.
I'm a little competitive, so.
Hell yeah.
All right. See you later.
All right. Thanks for coming in.
Great is a good word to start with.
Mm-hmm.
God, I hate that.
Anyway, speaking of which, what do you think about Sludge? What do you think about people being competitive in an anarchist society?
I think healthy competition is just fine.
What kind of crazy ass question is that?
Hey, don't talk to people like that.
Well, I want
It's
to
not a
talk
crazy.
about
No,
another
it's not a
question.
crazy question. It is a question with genuine intent.
Anarchists. Where are we?
What do you mean?
Anarchists. Well,
Are
he
you
just
an
asked me. He's like,
Are you an
how do
anarchist?
you feel? Yes.
Are you?
Yep.
What does anarchy mean?
Well, obviously, we don't have any rules and we do what we need to do to make
Uh,
things happen.
Anarchy
But
doesn't mean
here's
no
the
rules. It means no rulers.
well, obviously.
Unless
Yeah,
you're
there's
talking about illegalists or insurrectionists, but
yeah.
definitely not.
Anarchism
Well,
does
I'm like,
not have anything to do with there being no rules. It just means no rulers.
well, I don't have any rulers.
Okay. Do you vote?
I'm sorry.
Do you vote?
No.
Okay.
Crazy.
Well, I've been called worse.
But anyway, okay, that's cool. Also, going back to the I feel like remember Polly? Remember her? Sludge?
Yes.
I remember in an interview when I was talking about the Sydney Sweeney incident, she said that was a distraction, you know. They do that on purpose to less focus on important deals like the Palestine and Israel war and other
Well,
stuff that's going around.
I will say that while they did use the disgusting fucking tactics of white supremacy, they did use it as a distraction technique. Now, they're getting really good at this whole distraction thing because they're using the things that we are talking about amongst each other, such as dismantling white supremacy, to rile us up because they don't want us paying attention to things like Palantir, GEO Group,
So wait a minute. Are
Vanguard,
you
BlackRock.
saying you're for white supremacy and you don't
Excuse
appreciate
me?
other people? I was just
No.
curious because you actually, I don't know if you're paying attention, but you actually made it sound like the other way, and I'm like, is that what you meant?
No, they are using the tactics of white supremacy to distract people and get us riled up because they are using our talking points about dismantling white supremacy.
But who cares?
What do you mean, who cares?
They'll never get anywhere with that.
You're right, but that's they don't want to get anywhere with it because they have everything right where they want it. They just want to keep us looking
So
across
do
the aisle at
we.
each other and not up.
Actually, we do too.
25 to 50% of indigenous and black women
You
have
gotta
been
Get
turn it
closer to your
around
phone,
the other
Laz.
way.
sterilized.
Closer to your phone,
I said
Laz.
25 to 50% of black and indigenous women were forcefully sterilized from the 60s through the 90s. They already have been doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's
What do
just
you think?
one
What do you mean
step.
they won't?
I mean, literally, we've been doing it for generations upon generations. We're gonna be just fine. We really
Yeah,
will.
I have a question,
yeah,
Shelly.
that's that. It's not going to affect me attitude.
Well, it
I'm
may, but
indigenous.
I'm not gonna give up.
I'm indigenous. It doesn't matter who it affects because when it affects one, it affects all.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. We're all. It's not over.
You're correct. It's not.
We're going to be just fine. We've been doing just fine despite all of this stuff. And if they throw something at us,
So,
Who's
we're going to be
we?
just
so
fine again.
eugenics is just fine.
No, we are going to come together as a
Hi,
people
Shelly.
and make sure we're just fine. You're
What's
not
up?
hearing me.
I'm Elise's cousin.
Oh, hey. How's it going, cousin?
Oh,
Not bad, cuz.
So, you don't have to worry about being shy here. Please feel free to say whatever it is you'd like to say. Just if you're friends with Eliza, I don't have to worry about you saying anything that's like, supremacy and supremacy inclined or anything.
Because she's just like interested in how pretty she looks, right?
Wow. You're gonna take a break for a minute, Shelly. Go ahead.
I'm not sure. What were you guys just talking about?
Yeah, we were talking about the systems in power and how dismantling white supremacy is incredibly important. And this this lady here was talking about how we're all fine and we've been fine and we're going to be fine.
No, we're not. We've never been fine. If you're a woman, you know that's bullshit. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, didn't mean to cuss, but yeah.
No, you're good. No, we cuss here. It's fine.
No, that's not true.
I'm trans. We're not fucking fine.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think those who are of the persuasion of straight, white, and or Christian have had it way easy. Way easy. Less so if they are feminine or femme presenting. Still easier than the rest, though.
Lady, lay off the bottle. Whatever
No, we
meds
don't.
you need to take the meds.
We don't know that
Some
she's
water.
been drinking or that she needs to be on medication. This might
She
just
could
be her
be a
viewpoints.
troll.
She came in real hot right off the bat, so.
I'm gonna assume love is a
Pretty,
troll.
combative, so I think she's just trying to.
To say that trans individuals are fine in this country
Mm.
when we literally have laws being made to make our existence a felony,
Yeah.
we're not fine. When they're using us to attack women to circumvent Griswold versus Connecticut so that women lose access to birth control,
Yeah.
because the bans on trans individuals' access to HRT, the ban of any hormone therapy affects women because they're the exact same hormones in birth control. They're trying to take away Griswold versus Connecticut so that you're forced into procreation.
Mm.
You're not fine.
I agree.
Yeah.
So so Love says I'm neither of those things. I'm actually a highly intelligent person with over 140 IQ. Okay. Okay. Is that where the winning personality comes from? Okay.
Hey,
So
go ahead.
all of the IQ tests are based in a form of racism because they are attributed to socioeconomic class, and with the enforced impoverishment of minority groups, there is always a disparity between testing rates. So, yeah, I managed to overcome a lot of those barriers in my tests, but when you're bringing up IQ tests as a measurement, it's not a good sign.
I agree. Honestly, I don't think intelligence is graded by tests. I think it's graded by how you interact with people, how you're
Right.
receptive to other people's culture, and the way they live, and the way the world is. Because if all you're narrowing yourself down is to some stupid numbers, then that's not intelligence.
Right? It's like equating who you are as a person to your genitalia.
Yes.
Yeah, when you have part of the testing being whether or not you can identify different types of forks and spoons and where they are supposed to be placed around a plate.
Mm-hmm.
No, don't forget.
That's a socioeconomic and cultural thing.
Don't forget, Trump aced his mental aptitude test.
Oh, that wasn't even a mental aptitude test. That was a cognitive ability test specifically to see if the person was suffering from dementia or Alzheimer's.
Oh my God.
Hey, I just want to say, I kind of have a part-time of studying far-right YouTubers and the way they think. And I just come across this one far-right YouTuber, and he had this video, and he said that all like left-leaning or anarchist people are paid off.
Fuck, pay me.
And I'm like, well, you know how? And I'm like, you know how much other far-right people get way more pay than anarchists or very far left people? Yeah, they.
Most of us are poor.
More.
Well, there's never been a true anarchist system.
Hold on, everybody. I just noticed something. Shelly, thank you so much for the subscription.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you. That was unexpected. Thank you so much. Love, I'm so sorry that you're going through that period of life with the perimenopause and stuff, but you don't got to be a dick about it.
I mean, I just am a
Right.
I'm not being a bitch.
Oh, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking about Love down
Oh
there.
no, I'm just making a
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, may want to go talk to your OB about getting on some HRT to help.
Gender affirming
That's
care.
right, they're trying to ban that.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
Some of us don't need an excuse, I guess.
Anyway, go ahead, Les, with the true anarchist society.
We've never had a true utopian anarchist system because the closest that we've gotten is a form of socialist system, which would be exemplified by the tribal confederacies. Beyond that, we've never, experienced the utopia. So to say that anarchists are paid less, well, of course anarchists would be paid less because it wouldn't have a monetary system at all.
So you
Because
would say.
once you get into socialism, you remove any need for money.
One more quick interjection here. So Love says, well, I was asking anarchy, and I said, what does that even mean? And it all went downhill. No, you claimed to be an anarchist. And when I asked you what you thought anarchy meant, you said no rules and doing whatever we want, which is incorrect. It doesn't mean no rules. It means no rulers. No one lives in a vacuum. You can't just do whatever you want, because there will be consequences for your actions. And just like this, you know, being a jerk, you got muted.
Like the only things that I can think of that would be possible for the type of thing you're thinking of, love, is insurrectionism and illegalism. Those are probably your definition of anarchism is, or at least anarcho-nihilism. That's another one.
Now I'm willing to unmute you if you can just kind of agree to one simple thing, which is a requirement here in this room, which is to treat people with basic human decency. If you can agree to that, I will unmute you, and we can just go about having conversations like adults.
I don't think that you could ever have an anarcho-nihilist system, because within that system,
Who said we're having that system? That system would be gone.
Hold on a second.
because it wouldn't be living in harmony with the
In the chat, she says, "Well, actually, we're all autistic, so we don't care about rules of society. We live our own way." Okay. Not everybody is autistic.
Diagnosed ASD, and you're full of shit. We do recognize rules and order, because the laws of logic are the foremost thing that we pay attention to. Part of our pattern recognition.
See, unfortunately, I have a pathological demand avoidance, so once I'm told to do something, the answer is good luck. I can't even tell myself to do things, otherwise I get stuck for hours, if not days at a time. That's why it's a disability. I actually helped society by increasing our numbers. Oh, you're a breeder. Okay.
You.
See, I knew love was a troll from the get-go. I know she denies it, but that's the case at all.
Your job was to make a baby? Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Oh, God put you here for the mission. Did you know that your God is fake?
One of those.
Your God doesn't exist.
I
I
do
just want you to know that.
I do have a
Base
question
atheism.
for that one.
Laz, get
Why
closer to
is
your
it-
phone,
why
honey.
is it- Yeah, so I do have a question for that one. So why is it that Pew's research recognizes 28% of cishet couples have children, but yet the Williams Institute recognizes 53% of LGBT couples have children? Almost like you guys are breeding yourself out.
Right? Yeah, see, the cool thing is that I don't have to worry about it, because heaven and hell are concepts made up by man. And they're not real. What's up, Shelly?
Nothing. My kid was talking. I had to mute my microphone.
Oh, no worries.
See, their hell would be my heaven, because I would be their overseer for the torment that they go through.
See, that's just like the weirdest concept. Like, one, Shelly, just answer with a yes or no, or however many words you decide you want to put in there. Do you think that the Bible is an infallible book of historical fact and knowledge?
Oh my god.
Oh, sorry, not Shelly. Love. I was talking about love. I'm so sorry.
I don't know how to answer that question.
No, I was asking you, Love. I'm sorry. I got the wrong name because I was distracted. Justice for Shelley 2025. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I kind of wish Justin was here because Justin enjoys watching me do this.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Well, love, do you believe that the Bible is an infallible book of historical fact and knowledge?
Okay, so what I believe is the Bible is what it's been all along. It's just a bunch of books that have been put together by the Catholic Church, and there's a bunch more books that should have been put in
Mm-hmm.
there.
Do you believe it's the Word of God?
It's actually historically true. They were
Is it?
considering on putting several books into the Bible, so
Uh-huh.
they called it the canon.
Uh-huh.
And their whole purpose of that was to only choose the books that would be easier to control the general population.
Uh-huh. But the books themselves, whether or not they were chosen by a team to be put together, is it the Word of God? Yes or no?
Imagine if I were to write my best friend,
Is it the Word of God?
and we had church in that text between one another. Would you like hang on to it like it came from God? Or would you just look at it as a really good rhetoric between two people that are spiritually minded?
Okay. I'll take that. So, question: do you think that the book is really good rhetoric?
You're probably not even thinking about what I just said. It might take you a few days.
Oh Lord. So, do you believe that the Bible is good?
Of course I do.
Okay.
In the
Do
right hands.
you agree with the stories in the Bible?
Well, when I met God, when I had a
You met him?
near-death experience, that wasn't really the main topic of our conversation. So I guess you all need to get back to
Hold on.
each other.
You met him?
I met God too. She is pretty hot.
Yes,
You
it
You
is
mentioned-
possible to have a near-death experience. It actually
Kiddo.
is.
I know it is. I've had
You
one.
mentioned
Yes,
IQ
I met
test.
him. And nobody
mentioned
talked
IQ
about
test.
what his name was or who was right or who was wrong.
Uh-huh.
He was just the guy in charge.
So the question that I'm asking you.
Well, you need to ask him, not me.
No, I'm asking you. I can't ask your imaginary friend for answers. I'm asking you for answers.
That's cute. When you start to leave your body when you're sick and you're
I
passing,
have
you won't
been
be
there.
saying imaginary.
I have been there, and I'm on my way there right now.
Help me. Yeah, whatever.
I'm actively dying.
Oh, me too. I'm actually quite sick. Any other questions you want to ask me?
It wasn't a question, it was a statement. But yes, I do have questions I'd like to ask you.
Well,
Which,
you better be respectful.
same though. The question is, do you believe that the Bible is a good thing? Do you believe that the stories are historically accurate?
That's an oxymoron. You asked me two different sets of questions.
It wasn't an oxymoron, they were just two questions.
Okay, the first question, yes, I believe. But the second question, no, it is not accurate.
So you believe the Bible is good?
You are trying to fool me.
No, I'm getting clarification. That was the first question, was do you believe the Bible is good? And you said yes. So I'm clarifying, you believe the Bible is good.
And the second question was?
Do you believe it to be historically accurate?
No.
Okay. What about it is good if it's not historically accurate?
The parts about it that are good are good. The parts about it that are not accurate are not accurate.
Okay, and what parts are those?
Well, there's a lot of missing information.
Yes, I'm aware of the books that are taken out of the Bible
Okay,
at the
so
Council of
now
Nicaea. I'm
you
aware.
know all
I have
the
a
answers
question.
to that question you're asking.
No, I'm asking you your opinion.
My opinion is there's a bunch of other books, which I originally stated, that are
Okay.
missing.
So if they were all together, all of them, just in one Bible,
What do you think?
I think it's all bullshit.
You
Well,
do.
I did see somewhere where like they said part of the Bible was
You don't
taken.
think it's good?
What was that, Shelley?
I would like to hear about
I'm
it.
asking Shelley, love. Give her a moment to speak, please.
Oh, now I okay.
Well, I did hear somewhere where there was another part of the Bible that there are parts of the Bible that were taken out.
Yeah, there was. There's a whole bunch of books that were taken out at the Council of Nicaea.
Yeah, like Adam actually had a first wife before Eve.
Yeah, Lilith.
And because she was more his equal than
Mhm.
his subordinate, so that's
Yeah.
probably why they took that out.
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe
you
the
are
women
answering
being
my
ideas
question.
of being stronger or equal to men.
So yeah, love, if you don't mind, the question is, and I'll try to make it simple: if all the books that were taken out were put together with the books that weren't taken out, would the book be historically accurate?
I already answered that question.
No, you answered it for when the books weren't in the whole Bible.
Why don't you answer your own question?
I think it's all bullshit. I already answered the question.
And I asked you why.
Why? Because there is no backing historically through any evidence whatsoever that any of it is true.
You're absolutely correct.
So what version of God do you believe in then?
Well, I mean, I don't believe in anything, but when I went up there, whatever version I had was explained to me in a way that I can't explain to you.
Ah.
It's not like what people think of in churches, the books, anything. It's not
The golden tablets.
No, there's no golden there's none of that. Imagine somebody so pure, so good, that they don't encompass anything. None of your books, people have been trying to write about this forever, and they failed miserably. And they've tried to force people into religion, and they failed miserably. He is beyond that. Nobody on earth has figured that out yet. There is no religion.
There's no religion.
No.
Explain.
Well,
Because I can point to about 7 like right now.
jump off a cliff, have somebody get you, and then talk to whoever he is, and then come back and tell us.
So I've had my near-death experiences. Thank you.
How many?
2.
All right. Did you find out anything?
I did.
And
Anything that someone believes to be a central deity, anything that anybody believes to be a central deity is absolute bullshit, and the only thing that exists is the perfect bliss of nothingness.
that's what I just said.
You said you talked to a man.
Well, nobody said he or she. I couldn't see them.
I mean, you said him quite a few times.
Well, that's what you call the big guy. Whatever. The strong one. Whatever. It wasn't a big
Ooh.
girly voice that talked to me, I can tell you that right now.
Hi, Hare Krishna. You said you had a near-death
Hi,
experience?
how are you?
I'm alright, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah, it's another day.
So, exactly.
So this man
So
is
I used to work at in Belmont
experiences.
at the Pilot gas station, and I lived in Flagstaff, and there were on the I-40. It was a bad blizzard. I should have called out of work, by the way.
Yeah.
Anyway, my stupid ass decided to pass a 16-wheeler, and he went a little bit on the side. My Jeep flipped over. It was a 96, actually. Great car, if you ever want to get it. A 96 Grand Cherokee Laredo. Good car.
I've had one of those.
Loved
They're
it.
not bad.
It was a good car. Anyway, so I flipped into there was a during the like kind of intersection, excuse me, where I flipped over the car. And of course, you got all your like, oh my God, what happened? And I had to literally crawl out of the car.
Sorry to interrupt. I have to go to bed.
Oh, go to bed. Enjoy.
Okay, good night.
Good night. Anyway, I had to crawl out. And at the time, I don't even think I had my phone with me. This is years ago. Anyway, so I started to crawl towards the street because it was kind of like the car. It was like one of those, what do they call that? Where it's like in the middle of the road, middle of two freeways or highways. There's like a dip area. And thank God for the snow because, I think it, with the impact, it softened it. Anyway, I'm pulling myself towards the road, right? And I see the ambulance lights coming. Someone must have called. And I see this car pull over. And I thought, oh, thank you. And this woman came over. She's like, don't worry. I'm a nurse. You're okay. And I was like, oh, thank you. Because I was like freaking out. She's like, no, you're fine. Let me check. And she did like a vitals thing on me, like a vital check. And she said, oh, no, you're fine. You're okay. There's people coming right now. Just stay where you are. When the ambulance actually arrived, because you're still in shock, right? I said, well, I really want to thank that nurse who pulled over, and helped me. They said there was no one there. So that freaked me out. And, I don't know if that means there's a God. I don't know if that means like maybe my ancestors or just some kind of being that saw what happened and was trying to help me. I don't know. But I think, at the end of the day, the universe and just Earth, or a tiny little blue dot, excuse me, there's a lot of different answers to things. But yeah, I don't know what it was. It was obviously not human because they're like, no, nobody was here. The car was gone. And she just helped me like pull myself to the side of the road, basically, and pulled me up. And I don't know. Maybe it was some kind of entity or spirit that saw what happened and was helping me. I don't know. Or maybe some God. I don't know.
Is there a chance at all, any chance at all, that maybe, just maybe, the shock of the accident caused you to see something that was comforting?
Yes and no. I don't think so. I've thought about that before. But the thing, you're not complete. Obviously, you go into hyper mode, right? When something like that happens.
Yeah.
And I get that. I tried to think of that. I'm like, maybe it was a hallucination. But the fact that I was so far, it was deep snow, that there was something that pulled me out. And then I see this car. I don't think it was a hallucination. I don't think so. I get that you're super focused, and maybe, by the fact that you're super focused, I don't think I had a hallucination. There was something there. There was this random woman. And, I don't think that I was that far gone because thankfully with that car, it had so many...
They do have a lot of safety features.
Huh?
They do have a lot of safety features.
A lot, yeah. So I basically wasn't really hurt because in the 90s when they made those, they had those. I don't know if they still do that anymore, but those airbags that come down on each window. I don't know if they make those anymore, but that basically saved me. And I think it was more of me pushing that out of the way, grabbing that, and crawling out. Because you're super vigilant at that point. You're like, I don't want to die, basically.
Hmm.
And I crawled out, and it wasn't like she was like pulling me out. I just got to the edge of the road. I don't think it's something I hallucinated. I don't think it was. Um, I still put in the fact, like, maybe, but I wasn't at a point that it's like would cause me to have hallucinations. I was not at that point. Because I understand if you get cold, you start having hallucinations or that kind of situation. It was very cold,
How old are you now?
but it was kind of instantaneous. So, and I know. So I don't know if that was a spirit, if that was some kind of god that watched, or some kind of spirit. I don't know, but she was real.
How
So,
old are you?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I keep muting her because she keeps interrupting while you're speaking, and that's very rude.
Oh, that's okay. She has questions. But yeah, that's my story. That's about it. It's
Okay.
nothing
I
more
think
than that.
she's
That
asking
was
how
it.
old you are.
I'm sorry?
How old are you?
Old enough. Why?
Well, that's the question is.
Why,
You're
if I'm older, does that make the story?
No, that actually makes it more poignant.
If I'm older?
Yeah,
Why?
because nobody's ever helped you.
God. I am going to be turning. Everyone hold on to your handlebars.
I'm holding my breath.
37 this year. Isn't that gross?
Oh my God, you're just
37?
Yeah.
I'm 37. That's not gross.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I turned 37 in March.
Okay, I turned 37 in August now.
Nice.
But yeah.
Birthday.
I don't know. I think 35 wasn't hard. 36 was hard.
Dude, 36 sucked.
36 sucked. I mean, 35, they're like, yeah, you have somewhere to go. Like, you're not that old. And then 36 hits, and you're like, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be 37 in August. You guys.
That's not bad. That's not bad. That just means you made it.
No. I don't know. I feel old. Anyway, true story. I'm not making it up. It did happen.
I didn't think you were making it up. It doesn't make any sense to make up a near-death experience.
That's
But
sad.
yeah, I was awake the whole time. I did not pass out. So, very, very heightened. When something like that happens, you go into survival mode, and you're really heightened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have to kick her.
I'm sorry, but I cannot stand people continuously talking over folks when they're trying to tell a story. It bothers the absolute shit out of me.
What was she talking about?
Honestly, I don't really know. I've asked her a bunch of questions, and she never gave me a straight answer to anything, and was just kind of condescending the whole time. I kept trying to give her chances, but she's just kind of a shithead. So,
Well, that's how it works. Anyway, besides that, talking about NDEs, there's something really interesting. And I don't know if you've experienced this. Have you experienced the same person in different dreams?
So I haven't actually had a dream since my last NDE.
Really?
Yeah.
You can't. What was your NDE? Can I ask?
The last one that I had, I was at a friend of mine's wedding in Mukilteo, Washington, and I'm allergic to bees. After the
You're allergic
reception,
to
I have
what?
bees.
Fish?
Bees.
Oh, bees. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
After the reception, I went down to the beachfront to just kind of like go decompress because I don't like being around large crowds of people.
Sure.
And I ended up getting stung by a bee, and there was like no one around. It was a mildly rainy day. I ended up going into anaphylaxis and collapsed on the shore.
God, honey, you don't carry your EpiPen everywhere, sweetie. You got
It's when I found out I was allergic to bees. I didn't know.
Oh, I see. Uh-huh.
But I ended up collapsing on the beach there, and while I did have an experience of seeing somebody that wasn't there, I've just attributed it to myself, right? But I ended up coming to paramedics reviving me with an
So
EpiPen,
before
and
that, what did you see?
I felt peaceful and
Okay.
nothing.
And so it was just a feeling of peace. I get that from
Yep,
people.
yep, just a quiet,
And
peaceful moment of nothing. It was nice.
there was no entity
Well,
involved.
okay, so I did see somebody, but I just attribute that to like my mind because they look like me.
Well, you don't. Oh, it looked like you.
Yeah.
Oh wow. So do you think that attribute just basically your because it's interesting. A lot of people will say, "Oh, my brain was shutting down, and that's why I saw these things," and I'm like, I don't know.
I think I was there to comfort myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
That's
I
valid.
don't think that time is linear, and I think that
It's not.
I
It's
think
everything happening at the same time, right?
yeah, and I think that the universe is a lot bigger than just the material universe that we can see, and I think that I was there to comfort myself. That's it.
I like that. I like that interpretation.
Yeah.
Maybe you from a different, not time period, but a different existence or different reality.
Something. Laz, were you trying to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to tell you it's getting on towards 4, so I'm going to go inspect my eyelids for cracks.
Okay. Well, I hope you have a good rest, and I'll probably see you next time. Honestly, I'll probably just hop into whatever live you're in next time I see you. So.
Oh,
All right.
listen.
Be
All right.
safe.
Take care.
Oh, thank you for sending me the rose things. That's nice.
What's
Or
this?
not.
We can definitely comfort ourselves like that. That's what IFS parts work.
I
Oh,
thought
really?
someone sent me a rose, but that's not true. It was- I thought someone. That's okay.
Oh yeah, you've been sent two.
Someone give me it.
Yeah, there's two. You've got 2 roses. Amy's got 5. Alphamira's got 500. Popular.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you. Well, that's very nice. But yeah, I mean, interesting theory, right? We might have ourselves from different realities or different time is interesting, isn't it? So
It is
maybe
definitely
it
an
was
interesting
you
concept.
trying to, maybe it was a version of you trying to comfort you. I love that. I'd never heard that before, but I love that. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I have a really I want to say abstract view of time, but I feel like it's more realistic than the concept of time we have societally. Because like we're here in the 3rd dimension, and time is a
Right.
4th dimensional thing, and we can only experience
Right.
the 4th dimension in sections, in the moments that we
Yeah.
exist.
Right.
You know?
And what's really great is now that we have understanding of different dimensions and timelines, it's something's watching us even though we don't know they are. What was the thing if you look down on some kind of like ant community or whatever, and they have buildings and stuff, but since you're looking down on it, they can never look up, right? Because they're just focused on down. So you're watching them. I think that's a great representation of how time and how dimensions work. Wouldn't you agree?
Kind of.
Yeah.
So my view of things when it comes to experiencing reality outside of the 3rd dimension is more collective.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Collective how?
So, because we only experience time in sections, in the moments that we are alive here in the 3rd dimension, I feel like that is just a bit of collecting information about this specific life that we're in. I don't honestly think that any of us are in any way separate from each other than our current lived experiences. Once this is over and we're done here, I think all that information gets kind of collected into a space, kind of like making pancakes, right? We put all the mix in the bowl, add the liquid, mix it up, pancakes, right? I think that every living thing that vibrates on a higher frequency than just being a rock is all made up of the same energy. And living life is just taking a moment out of that collective energy to experience a series of moments from different points of view. I think you are the same as I am. Amy's the same as I am. I'm the same as y'all are. We're just living different perspectives, having different experiences. Oh, Willie left. All right, Alpha Mira. Get some sleep.
I have to go get my ass kicked by Aaliyah in Scrabble. So.
All right.
I like playing Scrabble, but every time she is like a fucking dictionary, dude. So.
I love that.
So yep, I'm gonna go get beat up.
Alrighty. Fuck yeah, have fun. Tell me who wins.
It'll be Aaliyah.
You never know.
I do though. Bye.
All right, take it easy.
You too.
All right, Shelly, it's just you and me. So where are you from? What do you do?
Hello. Well, I'm originally from Washington.
Oof.
I grew up there with Eliza.
Rough.
Well, been living in Arizona for the last 5 years.
Oof. How's that dry heat doing you?
Oh my gosh. I'm barely surviving. But I miss the cold. But as soon as I get back to Washington, if we ever get back to Washington, I'm gonna be like, I miss the sun. That's just how it's gonna go. But
Yeah, I spent 15 years in Washington, and I will never go back.
yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I love the smell of the ocean, but that can happen just about anywhere on a coastline. So, you know,
You're
I
not,
also
right?
I also really like not being vitamin D deficient. You know, vitamin D deficiency. Oh, Hare Krishna, yes, I'll bring you back up in just a second. I just want to finish having a conversation real quick. Yeah, I it's been proven that vitamin D deficiency directly contributes to feelings of or ideations of self-deletion. And as a person who has suffered with chronic ideations and depression my whole life, like, I don't need any more of that shit.
Yeah, for sure.
You know? And while I do love the smell of the ocean, I don't like the extreme amount of dickish people that are in Washington. Not everybody in Washington is a dickish person, but there is an extreme amount of dickish people in Washington. That and it being like, yeah, that and it being like one of the, if not the most heavily police militarized state in the country. ACAB, yeehaw, fuck the law, fuck the police, fist fight a cop if you can. Yeah. Oh.
Hey, Krishna, I'm from, and he asked what part of Arizona, and I said,
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it back up.
Oh, where are you from? I'm sorry. I lived most of my life in Flagstaff and Sedona.
Okay.
So up in the mountains there with the hippies.
So pretty up there.
It is beautiful. I miss it. I had to go
Flagstaff
back
is mean to homeless people.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Who said that?
Says my
No.
experiences. What are you talking about?
In Flagstaff.
Yeah, in Flagstaff.
What year? I mean, we had. I was actually working
last
a lot
time I
with
went
the
through
homeless
there
community in Flagstaff.
2 years ago? 2 years ago, I want to say? Maybe three years, maybe?
ago. I haven't been in 6 years. I moved back to with my parents here to Southern California because they needed help. But I would say 8 years ago or so, I was actually working, especially with people in downtown, to get them to shelters. Because unfortunately, what happens is when we have, especially in the colder months, we find a lot of BODIESs that freeze under the snow.
Uh-huh.
And that was really rough. So we actually had to go find, when the snow melted, it was part of our volunteer work to find these people. It was very
Yeah.
hard.
So I got a question for, it's just
Yeah.
a general question. So why is it legal to allow unhoused folks, not even allow, but to pretty much force unhoused folks to face harsh weather like that without any
Yeah.
care and also starve to death? But it is
Well,
illegal in
I
most
will tell
places.
you.
Go on. But it's illegal in most places to feed them.
Here's the thing. In Flagstaff, we had a lot of different programs that we would invite people, especially in warming centers.
Were they
We'd
religious
bring
in
them
nature?
in. No. This is Flagstaff. This is not religious. This is state run. Well, not state run, but town run. Through our taxes in Flagstaff, there were warming centers, and it has nothing to do with religion at all. I'm not religious, but they could come in, and then also we had a lot of different programs for people who were on drugs or needed help, especially women. We had a lot of different programs, but the thing at the end of the day, we cannot force people. And that was the hardest part for me, especially because I'd come up and be like, hey, we're going to help you. Please come with me. And they can tell you to F off. And, that was rough, especially when it got to the colder months. I'm like, where are you going to go? It's going to snow in like 8 days. And I want to make sure you're okay. So here's a map. You go down, because Flagstaff ain't big, especially in
You're right.
downtown.
So do you know
And I
why?
said, just go over the train tracks right there. There's a warming center. Please go.
Do you
And
know
I
why
can't force
most
them.
unhoused folks choose to not take up on programs like that?
I don't know.
It's because they've experienced too much trauma from places like that.
I understand that, but this is Flagstaff.
I mean,
There
it doesn't
is.
matter if
We
it's
had
Flagstaff or not. People's traumas are valid.
I understand that, and that is valid. But this was Flagstaff. We had a great community, a great part of helping people come in. It was a safe space. We would make sure that the women and children were a separate space from the men. We had different shower facilities that weren't just one shower. You had privacy there. It was because our in the city, through taxpayer money, we were trying to make sure they were okay. We also had a clean needle, a clean needle. I don't want to say shop.
An exchange.
Yes, so you can go in there and shoot up and do whatever they want to do with a clean needle. And we did have different kind of privacy booths. So if they wanted to use, you can use, but we provided clean needles, a safe space. If, especially during the winter, like if you want to use, you can, but we're going to give you a clean needle and then talk to you about programs. And also we had therapists talking to them about why they use or how they can overcome addiction. It was a great program, or still is. I don't know. This is 8 or 9 years ago. But it was a great program. We actually saved a lot of people, not through Jesus. Don't give me that. I don't, not the Jesus crap, but we did save a lot of people who actually interned with jobs. We got them jobs. We got them places to stay, especially in derelict hotels, which we have a lot in Flagstaff. But it took over. The state took over, or the township took over, and got them homes to live in, got them jobs. And the turnover rate was about 70 to 65%, which is a high percentage, especially when we're dealing with people who have severe addictions and are homeless. 65% is a fantastic number. So I think it's something I'm proud of. We did
Were there
succeed.
any programs that were geared towards helping out LGBTQ plus youth?
Absolutely. I will tell you that there is I'm gay, in case you haven't noticed.
We've talked before.
Oh, we have?
Yeah.
I drank a lot, Sludge.
It's okay.
Anyway, I may not remember. But yes, it was next door. We worked with them. There was a center. They mostly were working with unhoused youth, right? And these were people from maybe Phoenix as well. So that was their kind of direct, I wouldn't say responsibility, but it was working with unhoused gay youth, right? Till they got kicked out or whatever. They had those programs. I don't know. They didn't really particularly deal with the homeless issue. It was more about unhoused teens who got rejected by their parents because they're gay. That was the main focus. So, and it has to do with the funds. And you can't help everybody. You do your best, but that's about it.
So the Flagstaff Shelter Services has a problem with overcrowding because it has 186 beds for the whole region.
Right.
Which makes it often beyond capacity. Which means people are sleeping on the floor on mats if there's
and I will
overflow,
tell you,
right?
it does cause a lot of them to go to the Jesus thing. There are churches, and I will tell them, don't go there. You don't need that.
Yeah,
But they
and
still will.
So shared sleeping spaces have been shown to cause serious problems for veterans and people who experienced S trauma.
Yeah.
Especially in
Yeah.
spaces where it's really loud and can be chaotic and sometimes violent.
Right. And that's why there's a lot of people who just decide they're going to reuse and leave. Or they will just leave those places or the help that we give, and they'll freeze to death on the street because they would rather do that than to be close to people because of the severe trauma. And it's not only that particular trauma, there's a lot of people who have different traumas.
Yeah.
And it's hard to kind of separate them. You have limited space, you have limited funding. It's hard. So you do the best that you can, but at the end of the day, like we're I don't want to say one person, but we can't do it all. And this is without state help, by the way. This is all through Flagstaff citizens putting money in through taxes to help. And it's Flagstaff. I mean, people are very helpful. Sedona is very helpful. They want to help them. So it's hard. And I did it for years. And you cannot force anyone to come into the shelter because of those kind of issues. Because they
So
think something's
what
going to
about
happen to them.
what about Hope Cottage or Sanctuary House?
In Flagstaff?
Because it's the Women and Children's Emergency Shelter.
There is. Is there that now? Because I didn't work with them at all.
I doubt you probably would have wanted to work with them because they were a strict religious organization that had
I
strict
don't do
requirements,
religious stuff.
daily devotions,
Right.
sobriety mandates, Christian-based recovery programs.
And I don't work with them. I have never heard of those names. I strictly worked with a humanitarian project that also worked with the LGBT community. If you go down in downtown Flagstaff, go across the tracks there, that was our building. And
That
now
one in 10.
I gotta think of the fucking
What's that, Shelley?
Is that 1 in 10? What's the LGBT?
It's what?
Get closer to your phone if you can, please.
Sorry, it's called 1 in 10.
Where's this feedback coming from?
Sorry.
It's not. Is it me?
I think it might be.
Oh God.
Nope,
damn
it's
it. How
gone.
come?
It stopped.
Okay, sorry. 1 in 10. I don't know what that is.
So that is a LGBTQ youth center that does help young people with trans issues and things like that. I think
And
they do help with
how
homeless.
long have they been around? I don't know.
I'm not sure. I just
Hmm.
heard of them, but few years.
This was a long time ago. You gotta understand that we were also, helping people who, homeless, mostly men who were HIV positive, and then also working the streets and stuff like that. This is before PrEP, different things like that, and trying to help them because they were just looking for a meal. It's a lot different. So we got to realize, I'm proud of how I helped. And I hope to God there isn't like these crazy religion people who come on and, if you accept Jesus, we'll give you a little bed to sit in. That's
So,
insane.
so in your opinion, what would be the way to end homelessness in the United States?
Hmm. It's a hard question, isn't it?
No.
Well, I think it is.
For every one unhoused individual, there's 5 empty homes.
I
is so
get
sad,
that.
especially
I
in
get
Arizona.
that, but we have to go to the root problem. A lot of
Yeah.
these people are having. There's a lot of mental illness.
No, mental illness is not the cause for homelessness. Homelessness is caused by
Well,
capitalism being an exploitative
The
system.
rise in rent
okay.
and
You're
cost of living is
here's the thing. You're talking to a Leninist, and I understand how capitalism would affect that. However, the people who are homeless now are not have any kind of connection with just being unhoused. Unfortunately, there are a lot of issues with mental health, drug addiction, etc.
Those
Because
things
the
are
thing is,
symptoms
if
of
you
homelessness.
well, they are. You lost everything. You just sleep on the street. Of course, someone brings you something to make you feel better.
Yeah, that's
You're
the
gonna take
symptoms of
it,
homelessness. Yeah.
right?
Yeah, addiction and mental
But
health are not the prerequisites for being homeless. They're a symptom of homelessness. The actual cause of homelessness is displacement through parasitic rental practices, or the increased rental requirements, or people just being priced out of their homes
oh,
because capitalism is shit. And the way to
oh,
end homelessness is to give people homes.
yeah. Well, you're talking to your number one fan. I understand that. I'm just saying I'm a Leninist and I get that. However, the biggest issue with capitalism, and it has nothing to do with unhoused people, is it's the ants, right?
It's
You gotta have
exploitative.
ants. Yeah, absolutely it is. I mean, we're not stupid. Of course communism is, or not communism, capitalism is. We gotta have the ants. The ants need to work. And I think it's starting to kind of affect the understanding of the quote unquote American dream. Because you do get to a point, and I know Lenin said this, that capitalism at its whole does switch over to socialism. It's kind of a up and down, like a roller coaster, right? Because that happens. People wake up after a while. They do. And so now we're looking at a society that people are kind of waking up to, right? It is going to be extremely difficult to get there. But I believe in people. I really do. I believe in the working class. I think they're waking up and saying, hey, that bullshit dream that you gave me that I could be anything I want is a lie. And I'm just going to be working for you for the rest of my life to give you money. People are waking up. The American dream, all that crap. I think things are changing rapidly. And especially what we got in the White House right now. Fascism.
Oh, I mean,
creeps up.
the United States has been fascist since its inception.
I don't know about that. I wouldn't
How
agree
many
with that, but
how many genocides have we committed?
okay, I understand what you're saying. Um,
They
that's a
built this country
that's
on
a
slavery.
big story, but I will say,
Capitalism.
is that a direct put from capitalism? I don't know.
You know,
I
the
don't
fascist,
think so.
the fascist party of Germany in the 1930s got their idea on how to be fascist from the United States.
No, I know that. Yeah, they did. But here's the thing. I get it, but we cannot look back. All right, especially if we have revolution, and the revolution
No, I
is
think we
coming.
should look back and
We
learn from
can't look
history.
back because
How are
if
we
we
supposed
look
to learn
back,
from history if we don't look back?
we already learned from history. But the thing
No.
is,
We don't need to
they
keep
will
learning it.
use
We need to
that.
keep teaching our
Okay,
kids history so they don't repeat the same mistake.
they will use that against us. They will. So we got to make sure, especially with the the workers' revolution and anti-capitalism, to make sure we have a state that provides for everyone. If we continually look back and say, here, this happened, they're going to use that against us. So we're going to say, well, they'll use, especially the Trump people, they'll use that against us. Any kind of fascist would use that against us. Be like, well, what happened 30 years ago? Or what happened 100 years ago? We got to look forward from that. We'd say, well, we're looking for the future. I don't care what happened there. We want to have freedom. And you're taking away from that. We're going to focus on what's going on right now. And the continued struggle of the proletariat is now.
So while I agree that we do need to focus on solving the problems that we are currently faced with, if we don't take a look back at the past and what has happened in the past, we will not have anything to compare it to. And as a matter of fact, hold on. As a matter of fact, the removal of historical fact from schools is leading to an entire generation of people who are very heavily fascist coded.
Yeah, they are. And I what state was it that just said, I think Virginia, that every classroom needs to have the Bible and have Bible teachings. What state was that? It just passed.
Oklahoma?
Oklahoma. Wow. Can you imagine that? They're breeding up a new Christian nationalist fascism.
Yeah, I mean, it's not so much new, but yeah.
Well, I mean, this is the most intense we've ever had. In the 20th and 21st century, I think with the U.S., this is the worst we've ever had. 20th and 21st century of people who are, well, not people, but our government is stating, hey, we're going to push religion into schools and have religion taught. We didn't have that in 20th and 21st century. That was removed. So I think right now is the most terrifying stage. And people aren't waking up to it. They will just follow him. Whatever he does. Everyone else is wrong. He's right.
I hope they follow him to the Kool-Aid.
They drank the Kool-Aid. And believe me,
It's not working.
they will follow him through anything. They would throw themselves in front of a bus if Trump was driving. It's bad. It's so
I mean,
bad.
they're filleting that man right now after it has been ran so public that he was best friends with the world's most notorious fucking P3DO.
Yeah. Did you hear about when he was like, they took people from Mar-a-Lago?
Mhm.
And the people were like, what do you mean? They took a lot of young girls. Well, there were young girls at Mar-a-Lago. Yes, and Epstein, he took it from us. I was like, did he just admit that
Yes, he did.
they were underage girls that Epstein stole? And he's
Yep.
acting like that's okay? He stole the girls? I'm like, wait a second, Trump. Did you just admit that? And of course, I go on these Trump lives and they're like, he didn't say that. What? He did. Oh, that was because he's protecting these girls. I said, why does he have underage girls working at Mar-a-Lago? They don't care. It's crazy.
So
Fuck
just
me.
to get to my point really quick. So the United States has
Go
been
ahead.
Christian nationalist multiple times, starting with Manifest Destiny the first time we were Christian nationalist, and then the second big boom of Christian nationalism happened during the Cold War era when we put "In God We Trust" on money and added
Yes,
"Under
we
God"
did.
into the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes, we did. And that was just to, those communists don't believe in God. So let's put crap there. And then Ronald Reagan decided he's going to salute the flag. And so that's been the normal for presidents who are not part of the military to salute the flag. It's so bad. And I don't know. Y'all got your passport? Get your passport. It's not going to change. I don't think it's going to change.
I'm
I
not
think
leaving
it's
this
going to get
country.
worse. I am. Are you
I'm not.
joking?
No, I'm not.
Did you hear about that one senator who wants to build another camp
We already have
besides the
8.
Alcatraz alligator? She's like, "Oh, I'm going to build
We
another camp."
we already
What
have
was that?
8.
We have 8 now.
Yes.
I'm
People just weren't
leaving.
aware of it until Alligator Alcatraz was made public by way of
There's
social media.
you said there's already 8.
hmm
Wow. In
Yeah,
the
I'm not.
U.S.
I'm
or
not
in
leaving
other
because
places?
1, I can't, and 2, I wouldn't if I could because other people can't.
Well, here's the thing. If you, what are these in other states, or is this the other 8? Is it like not in this country? It's in this
No,
country.
they're all here in this country.
Wow. There you go.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
over.
not gonna leave because I insist on doing everything I can to bring an end to fascism. And a lot of people can't leave, and if they can't leave, I'm not going to leave them behind.
I'm gonna see what's happening in the next year, and if I have to walk with
Oh
everything that
man,
I have, I'm gonna walk.
I would suggest being
And
ready before August, my guy.
yeah, I don't know. How quickly is it gonna do it? I mean, how quickly is it gonna happen?
Pretty fucking quick.
Y'all, do you guys have an oh shit bag? I do.
A bug out bag? Yeah, I've got a couple.
Yeah, I
I have a
do.
bug out bus. What are you talking about?
Do you really? I'm coming. I am going to. I'll meet you at your house. You
My
got a
house is
bug
my
out
bus.
bus?
Yeah, my house is my bus.
Okay, right on. You just pick me up. I have all my stuff. Me and my partner and my little dog. He's nice. His name's Jake. He's a Jack Russell Terrier. He's very
Yeah.
sweet. He's old.
My
And
dog
we're coming on the
unfortunately
bus
has
with you.
my dog unfortunately has developed seizures in his age, and I don't think I could bring
Oh.
another dog onto the bus just for his health and safety.
I get. Well, I lost my. I shouldn't even say that. I still pretend he's here. But I lost my dog a few months ago, and
Oh, honey,
it
I'm
was
sorry.
hard. It was so hard because I was trying to call places to put him down. They wanted $600. I was like, I don't have that money.
Dude, it costs $400 for me to take my dog to the vet just to be seen and have blood drawn.
Crazy. And I begged these places. I was like, have mercy, please.
It's gonna
I want the
cost
money.
it's gonna
They don't
cost
care.
upwards of 25 grand to get imaging and surgery to remove a meningeal tumor from inside of his skull.
Oh my God. It's your child, though.
Yep.
I mean, in any case, I was talking to him. He was getting seizures, like he would shake, and I held him. I mean, I went to bed, and maybe he knew because I was talking to him. I was like, "I'm so sorry, baby, I can't. I don't have the money for it." And he passed. He put his head right, right between your armpit, right there, and he put his head right there, and I found him that way. I'm guessing he was scared, but
He found comfort with you, though.
yeah, he did. He did.
I'm sorry,
But
honey.
that's
That's
how we
hard.
usually. Yeah, it's okay. I have this gorgeous. If you look on my page, I have this wonderful memorial for him, and I'm gonna bury him with Anubis and all the different statues into a nice big like plastic bin. So 1,000 years from now, people will pull it up and be like, "What the fuck is this?" You know?
Yeah.
You gotta laugh.
That's
But I
the
will
moment I'm not
say,
really looking forward to because my dog is 12 years old. He's a bigger dog and they don't live too long. But he, you know,
spend this.
I've got him on medications, which did cost a lot of money. I had to crowdsource to get, and then I still got to get imaging done for him and hopefully get him into surgery to get it removed because you know he other than the meningeal tumor inside of his skull, he is healthy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it was
So it's gonna
the
cost
vet
you
was like, "What the hell?"
25,000.
Upwards of. There might be a payment plan. I'm not sure, but either way, I'm gonna have to like
You know,
find a way to crowdsource because I'm
do
having a hard
do
time
it
selling my art. So
do it and tell them to fuck off. What are they gonna do? Have
what do
it
you mean?
done, and what are they gonna do? Have the
I would have to make a down
say
payment first. That's the problem.
how much is a down payment?
I don't know yet.
I would just go in and beg. Like, I can't afford it. Please help me.
That's
But you
that. They
know,
don't
at
give
the
a
end of
shit.
the day, they don't give a shit. They don't care. Go
Hi,
in there with a
Annika.
GUN. Go in there
No,
and be like, I have a gun.
no terror operations.
But I will tell you, here's the great part of the Rainbow Bridge. He's waiting for you after this. Because it was funny. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and he used to sleep right on my right leg, and I feel this
All right, Elisa.
warmth and this, you know, you can feel him against my leg, and I'm like, oh, he's right there. And
All right, Shelly. Bye.
I open up the blanket, he's not there. But I've
Yeah.
had that happen several times where you can
Good
just
night,
feel
Elisa.
him
Love
right
you.
there.
Good night, Shelly.
Yeah. Good night, Shelly. But yeah, that's happened several times, so I know.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, my baby, still here. He's waiting for me.
I'm glad that brings you a sense of comfort.
I
It would make me incredibly uncomfortable to think that my dog is conscious and alive in another plane of existence waiting for me somewhere.
Well, oh, that's such a hard way to put it, isn't it?
I mean, that's the way that's that way.
I guess, yeah. I don't know. It brings me a little comfort. I'm like,
Good, I'm
oh,
glad it does.
he's. But now that you said that,
I mean, I don't mean to sway your opinion on it. You know what I mean? Like
you already did.
it's
No, I'm
whatever
fucking with you.
whatever brings you comfort brings you comfort. You know,
Yeah, no, for sure.
I find more comfort. I find more comfort in my experience of my NDE, and my experience of near death was just a peaceful, blissful nothing. You know, and I would rather my dog go into that than be sitting somewhere conscious waiting for me.
You know what's funny is at the end of the day, we all want to think that, you know, grandma went to a special place and you can still talk to her. I don't think that's what happens. And I mean, I wish it would.
If my grandma's
God, I
anywhere
hope it
conscious, whoever else is there is catching hell. I tell you what.
My grandmother passed, I think like 4 or 5 months ago. She was 99 though, and had a really good run. You know, she was taken care of. My great grandfather worked for Paramount Studios. He actually invented the rain effect in most motion pictures. If you
Like
see
a
the
rain
fake
stick?
rain.
Oh, the visual effect.
No,
Okay.
the background, the visual effect. He invented
Yeah.
that. So they came
That's
into
cool.
money. She had a fucking breakfast room. What the fuck is that? Breakfast room in Glendale.
Fuck, I don't
That
even have
they
breakfast. What are you talking about?
it's yeah. And she was very much nurtured. But you know, her sister came into money. Spoiled woman. She was a spoiled woman. Not a great person either. Not a great person. But
My grandmother was Mormon, but the only person to ever treat me like a person in my family. She was heavy-handed, but did not judge me for being non-binary. She used to be when she was
what is
yeah.
non-binary?
I do not identify or feel in any way connected to the binary structures of male or female or masculine or
Oh,
feminine
so you're
roles.
not male or female? Are you gay?
Yeah.
Okay, right on. So you're not just like, okay, I'm not female, I'm not male.
Yeah, I'm neither, but at times I have aspects of both.
Okay, right on. I get that. I mean,
So
I'm
basically,
gay, but
I
I
don't
don't.
conform to these structural societal concepts of masculine or feminine.
I mean, who does?
People.
I mean, if you're gay, I mean, you don't need to be like, oh, I'm non-binary, dude. Like, it's just like,
Well, I'm not. I'm gay in the aspect that when I do have attraction, it is more towards masculine presenting people. But I am mostly ace. I generally do not have sexual attraction. But when I do, it's towards
why?
masculine presenting people.
Why you don't have sexual attraction?
Because I spent between the ages of 2 and 20 being sexually assaulted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have trauma from that too, dude. I get that. Yeah, sometimes you're just like, I don't want to deal with that because
Yeah,
know
I generally don't
you
like being
blew.
touched at all. Like I don't like
Oh,
random hugs. I don't like shaking hands. I'm not a big fan of
mm.
physical contact.
Oh, babe,
Sometimes
I'm so
sometimes I
sorry.
am, but it requires like a real connection with people.
Can I tell you, because I'm also a victim of SA when I was younger. Do you live in a big city? You don't have to say where, but
I live in a school bus.
well, and I'm coming, and I'm coming to visit you because you sound awesome. But
Thanks.
are you next to a big city or no?
I'm next to a city that has a university.
Okay, right on. So what really helped me is they have these, and you're gonna think I'm fucking nuts, but it did help me. They have these hugging therapy sessions.
No.
I know. I
I've
was
been in and
freaked
out of
out
therapy.
about
I've been
it.
in and out of therapy since I was 8 years old. Also, earlier this year, I found out that I'm
Here's the
autistic. But
thing.
like,
I had this, wonderful guy who was, he's a professional hug therapist. I didn't have to pay for it, and we spent 2 hours of me just like holding his hand, and then I got more comfortable. It was like 2 hours of that, and I gave him a hug, and I was freaking out, and he just hugged me for like another 2 hours, and it was the most healing thing to have that kind of touch that was not sexual. Do you know what I mean? And it was just hugging someone, and that really kind of helped me personally with having contact with other people.
yeah. So for the longest time, after I was able to like not be in a position to be assaulted like that anymore, I spent a lot of my time out and just like giving my physicality away to people. Like I used to carry around free hug signs and stuff at festivals and all this stuff.
Okay, yeah.
I put myself through a lot of unnecessary energy sharing with people. And when I was 29 years old, I had a revelation that it wasn't required of me anymore. And I stopped doing it. And I have been more comfortable in my skin now than ever before in my life because I am not required to make physical contact with people.
Yeah, but we're humans. It's healing.
Not
You say
everybody
you went to
functions the same way.
festivals. Were you
Yeah.
taking a lot of? Did you take a lot of E?
Honestly, I wasn't really a big fan of E. I mean, I
My
had once in a
that
while,
was
but it
part
wasn't
of
really
my
my thing.
healing. My part of healing experience was with ecstasy, and being safe to touch people and being okay with it, letting my guard down. That was healing for me.
Yeah.
So I mean, but I'll come over and give you a hug in your school bus.
Consent matters.
I'll come up. Hey, I'm the guy from TikTok, and it'll be I'll have like the
Oh my
fucking,
god.
like the Slender Man sound.
Oh my god.
And it just pop up in your window. Do you consent?
Yeah,
So I
that
can
would
touch you.
that
And
would be
then
dangerous. I am armed.
lightning strikes, and my face is gone.
Oh
and
my
you're like,
god.
what happened?
Yeah. I'm
And
armed and
then
I
you know,
barely
pop up
sleep.
another
Don't do
window.
it.
Give me your consent.
No.
The lightning and the thunder. That would be a great horror movie. Like some, for you, you're living in the bus. You're like, had issues, and then, Slender Man comes, or this guy you were talking to on the internet, and you're like, oh, hey, I'm cool with you, and then the face appears in the window.
You are gonna give me
Don't
nightmares.
don't you love me? Where the
I thought you loved me,
face
Bert.
disappears. I thought you loved me. Open the door.
No.
Open the door.
No. Nope. Absolutely
Please
not.
invite me in.
Nope.
Yeah, not the sun. The sun's coming. My skin. I'm burning. Let me in. I don't know. Now I have this whole like movie thing going on. Oh shit. But yeah. All right.
All right,
So
buddy.
what time can I come over? Lightning.
With the lightning, let's see.
If you see some
Tomorrow
really
next year.
okay, if you see some really good-looking guy running naked next to you, that's me. That's me. So if that happens and you see him crawling up a tree and looking down, that's me.
I will definitely be calling animal control.
Well, who's that hairy, muscular, good-looking guy up in the tree? It must be a bear. And then wait, babe. You hear something on the top of the roof. Boom, boom, boom. Fuck that. I was a few nights ago. There was a raccoon on top of my roof, and I heard a do 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 do. So I went outside because it was freaking me out. I think it was a raccoon. I could not sleep the rest of the night because I was like, "What the fuck is on the roof?" My mind goes completely towards aliens. There's little gray aliens running around.
Yeah, you saw signs.
Yeah, I did. With that fucking Mexican birthday party, that scene where the thing goes by and they go, that really fucked me up.
Yeah, that was a horrifying part of the movie.
That's a scary part, isn't it? I don't like that part.
I mean, scary for M. Night Shyamalan, but yeah.
M. Night Shyamalan. What a twist.
M. Night Shyamalan Dong.
It was a stupid movie. What was the one where he's like, don't show the red color? And this weird, like, town, and one girl books it.
Oh, you're talking about The Village.
Yeah. And she's, like, hit by a 18-wheeler or some shit. What? And, of course, M. Night Shyamalan. It was a twist. No, dude. That was weird. Oh. But their life was kind of nice, hang out.
Of course, minus the cult fucking mentality and being being in a cult.
Hey, I'm cool with the cult. It's fine. If you got the little houses built up and they're growing crops, cool.
Oh man,
I'll help out.
I've had to save people from cults, man. That shit's not cool at all.
Well, I think we're all in a cult. We're people.
Nah, cults are specific.
I'm gonna start a cult. Do you want to join?
No, I don't.
Okay, so here's my plan. I'm gonna build a bunch of little houses and I'm gonna build a whole village, and then say it's the end of the world, and then have a bunch of people live with me, and they're gonna do like farming stuff and like the pigs and shit, and then I go to the really crazy church, right? and I make them all come in. And they all sit down. And I go, God has forsaken us. And they
Oh,
get scared.
this is getting very Jim Jones.
God has forsaken us all. Look outside, the sinners. They're all gone because God has destroyed them. I think I would bring $20 to the pulpit.
All right, Jim
Because
Jones.
God is watching you. If you leave this church,
very
you
Heaven's
will
Gate.
burn for all eternity. And, do that shit. I'd be good at it. I think I'd be good at it. God has forsaken you. You there, you sinner. I saw you the other day picking flowers. That's a sin. And I have her bring her up, to the stage and call her a sinner. Sinner, 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 I'd be good at that.
I think that's a terrible idea, and you shouldn't do it.
I think it's a great idea, and everyone would have to be like, and you, Matthew, so-and-so, you have kept your house and not given it to God. You did not sell your house and give the money to God. Why have you not done that? And of course, as they sell their house, they give the money to me. And because I'm a representative of God, send me your money for your house. Your children and you shall burn for eternity. Do the whole thing. And then once you get all the money, book it out. Get the hell out. Go to Bermuda.
Yeah, it's very Jim Jones.
Hey, he had a very good idea going.
Did he?
Hmm.
Are you a big fan of
What's
Kool-Aid?
crazy